Hello friends! Today we are gonna create a full-stack social media application using the latest version of Next.js. This is the home page. On the left side, we can see our profile card, the menu, and the advertisement component. On the right side, we have the following requests that we can accept or reject, upcoming birthdays, and again the advertisement component. This is the post feed that includes all the posts from our friends. We can like or unlike the post, and we can leave a comment. Here we have the user stories, and each story is available for 24 hours. We can add a new story, and we can add a new post. Let's write a description and upload an image. If we are the owner of the post, we can click here and delete it. Let's check the user profile. Here is the user details and the user information. We can follow or unfollow this user. If I follow, it's gonna send a request, and that user can accept or reject our request as we can do here. Let's take it back, and here we can block the user. And if we are blocked by any user, we won't be able to see their profile page anymore. Let's see our profile. We can update the user information using this form. We can also change the account information using this component. It's a great project to understand the new versions of React and Next.js. In this tutorial, we'll be using all the new features of React 19. We'll be using server actions to send the forms, use form action hook to receive the data from the backend, and the useOptimistic hook to update the UI immediately. And after completing our application, we'll deploy it using Hostinger. As you know, it's the hosting sponsor of the channel, and I create different projects using Hostinger every month. And for this project, I'm gonna choose a VPS hosting because it's a full stack application and we need to run Node.js. But don't worry, we'll install our application and database using Cloud Panel in a minute. And these servers are super fast because they use NVMe SSDs and one of the most powerful processors. And the best thing is you can deploy all your full stack applications on a single server. Let's choose the most popular one. And if you use the link in the description below and Lama Dev coupon code here, you'll get an extra discount. After purchasing, you are ready to set up your server. You can choose any location, and you can install any of these server panels. I prefer using Cloud Panel because it's really fast and easy to use. Let's add the panel password and the server password and finish the setup. It's gonna take a while, and after that it will be ready to deploy our applications. So if you are ready, let's create our app and deploy it here. Okay, I created a new folder, and inside this folder I'm gonna install my Next.js application. To do that, you can open your terminal and write here npx create next app. But if you do that, it's gonna install the latest stable version, which is Next.js 14. But I want to use the upcoming version, Next.js 15, because we can use all the new features of React 19, like the new compiler, useActionState hook, useOptimistic hook, and all the other great features. So what you can do is, you can visit my GitHub repository. You can find the link in the description, and in this repository, we have the starter branch. This is an empty Next.js 15 application. There is no unnecessary files and styles, so we can start everything from scratch. And at the end of the video, I'm gonna create here one more branch, and it's gonna be the completed version of the application. And it will be an open source project. It's 100% free. You can use it anywhere you want. So I would appreciate if you could give a star for this project. After doing this, you can clone this repository. Just come here and copy this URL and use your terminal and write git clone and this URL. But the better way is to fork my project, because it will create your own repository. As you can see, this is my test account. It's going to create a new repository. And right now you can use your own repository, and it will be much easier to keep track of your progress. So every day when you finish your coding, you can push your changes here. So right now you can copy your own link here. I'm going to be using my own account. And I will say git clone, paste your URL here, dot and enter. As you can see, all our files are here, but we don't have the dependencies. Let's install npm install. And perfect. It's ready to start. Let's start our application. Npm run dev. As you can see, we are using partial rendering and React compiler. And also we are using Next.js Turbo. Okay, let's visit this URL. And as you can see, we have a text here, and this is our home page. Before creating anything, let me show you the main structure of our application. This is our Next.js application. And inside our application, we are gonna have our pages like the login page, home page, profile page, and a single post page. To do that, we are gonna need the Next.js App router. So inside the source folder, we are gonna have our app router, and after that, we will be able to create our pages. And we will also have our small components like the Navbar, left and right menu, or whatever it might be. And we will also have the Next.js server actions. As you know, after Next.js 13, we can use server components, so we don't have to create an API route to communicate with the database. So let's create here a database. We can fetch the data on our pages and server components. So we are going to make the requests and get a response. Let's say data fetching. So basically, they are going to be our GET requests. And we need to update the data on our components. To do that, we are going to be using server actions. Let's say data mutation. And we will make all the post, update, and delete requests. For this project, you can use any database provider you want, because we will be using Prisma ORM. So instead of connecting to database directly, we are going to be using Prisma, and it's going to connect to our database and make all the requests. So it doesn't matter which database you are using, the syntax will be the same. So what about our database? I'll create here my diagram. And let's use this AI feature. So I will write here what I exactly want to create, and it's going to generate all the tables and relationships. I'll say create a Prisma schema for a social media app. I'm going to be using a relational database, so let's add it here. And let's write our requirements. I will say users can update their information. Let's write our fields here: name, surname, description, city, school, work, and website URL. They can also add multiple posts. They can comment on posts. They can follow each other. But when we click on the follow button, we are not gonna directly follow the user. Instead, we will send a friend request. Must be sent before following. If the receiver accepts our request, the sender becomes a follower. Users can also unfollow or block each other. They can like posts or comments, and they can add user stories. But we are gonna have an expires at date because they will be visible for 24 hours. Okay, let's generate. And let's see what we have. As you can see, we have the user here and all our fields. And each user can create posts. User ID is here. Where is our comments? Here, again, user ID and post ID. We can like posts and comments. We have the follow request, sender ID and receiver ID is a user ID. We have the followers table. Users can block each other. And stories. As you can see, it added here expires at date. And this is what we exactly want. If you want to change anything, you can click here and change your fields. I'm not gonna add or delete any field, but maybe I can change my names. It's gonna be image. This AI was really accurate. We don't have to change anything. And this is the main structure of our application. We are gonna make our CRUD operations here. And pass them to our components. So we are ready to design our application. And after that, we are gonna come back and take care of the authentication. If you watched my Next.js video, you know how to create pages. We create pages using Next.js App directory. Inside the source folder, as you can see, we have the app directory, and inside this root folder, we have the page file here. And this is our home page. But I also want to create my profile page. When we visit profile and any user ID here, we are gonna see the user profile, and this user ID will be dynamic. It can be anything. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a folder called profile, and I'm gonna add the dynamic user ID, and finally I will create my page. I'll say new folder, profile, and inside we are gonna have the user IDs, but remember it's gonna be dynamic. And inside this folder, I will create my page. Let's create our function. By the way, if you don't know how I'm using this shortcut, you can visit my GitHub page again. And you can find my snippets here. Okay. Let's change the page name. I'll say profile page. And that's all. So even if I change my username here, as you can see, we are still in the profile page. So creating pages are that easy. If I try to reach the profile page, as you can see, it's not found because we don't have the page tsx inside profile folder. Let me give an example. I'll say settings. And I will not have any dynamic route here. I will directly say page tsx. And as you can see, it's here. Okay, you probably already know how to create pages. I'm not going to deep dive into every little detail. Let's open up our example and see what's inside the home page. We have a navbar here, and we have three components: this Lefttbar, the post feed, and this Rightbar. We are going to design all these components, but before, let's take care of this Navbar. Because when we visit our profile page, as you can see, all these components are different, but our Navbar is still the same. And also for the login page and register page, again, we are going to see our Navbar. So let's create this and use it in our layout. If you remember, inside the app directory, we have the layout file, and whatever you write inside this layout will be visible on error pages. Let's check. As you can see, test. If I visit the home page, again, it's here. So I can create my Navbar component and use it here. To do that, inside the source folder, I'm going to create a new folder, and it's going to be components. Let's create our first component, Navbar. I'm going to create my function quickly, and let's use it inside the layout. Just like that. Before creating our items, let's give this space. If I shrink my page, you can see that we have a small padding here. And if I extend my page, we have more space. Again, we are going to increase that space for the biggest screen. So let's create a container here. And I'm going to wrap my Navbar. And let's say width full. I'm going to give background. And I will say for the MD screen, the padding X will be 8. For the large screen, it's going to be 16. For the X large screen, it's going to be 32. And finally, for the 2X large, it's going to be 64. As you can see, padding X means padding left and right. Just like that. Let's open our console. Okay, perfect. And I can do the same thing for my other items. As you can see, this space is the same. So I'm gonna wrap my children with this div. Just like that. I can delete here. And I'm gonna change my background. Let's say 100. And as you can see, for the small screen, we don't have any padding. Let's add, I forgot this. Just like that. Okay. So let's take care of our Navbar items. We have 3 sections for the big screen. This logo, these links and search input. And finally, this login link. And if we are authenticated, we are going to see here some icons and our user avatar. But since we are using Tailwind, let's take care of the small screen first. As you can see, at the beginning, we are going to have only our logo div and this menu button. And when I click here, we are going to see our mobile menu. So let's create our logo and this menu. I'm going to open up my Navbar and I will create my divs. Let's say left. I'm going to create 2 more. Center and the right side. And at the beginning, for the small screen, we don't have anything inside the center. So I will say hidden. And inside the left component, left div, we are going to have a link. We are going to be using Next.js link. And let's write our website name. I will give my URL and it's going to be the home page. And inside the right div, we are going to have our mobile menu. We can directly write our component here, but since we need a user interaction, our component should be a client-side component. We cannot click on the server component and we cannot store our state here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new component. Let's say mobile menu. And I'm gonna use it here. So let's create our button. If you want to, you can use an image. It will be easier, but I prefer using my HTML elements because when I click here, I want to see this animation. To do that, I'm gonna create a div, and inside we are gonna have 3 lines, top, center, and bottom. And when we click on this container, this parent container, I'm gonna remove this second one. Let me zoom in. And I'm gonna change the position of the first and the third one. So I'll say another div. They are gonna be self-closed divs. And let's say width 6, height 1. I'm gonna give a background color, which is blue 500. And let's give rounded small. It basically adds border radius. And I'm gonna create 2 more items. And let's separate them. I prefer using flexbox. I will say flex column, and I'm gonna give a gap between them. Let's give 2, and I will say cursor pointer. Just like that. But space is too big here. So I'm gonna be using a specific number, 4.5 pixels. Okay, it's much better right now. Before our menu and this animation, let's separate our items on the Navbar. I will say flex, align item center, and justify content will be space between. And also I'm gonna give a specific height for my Navbar, and it's gonna be 24, which is 96 pixels. Just like that. I'm gonna shrink my page. Okay, perfect. Let's give a style for our logo. Font will be bold, text will be bigger, and I'm gonna change my color. Actually, let's make this darker. And right now, when I click on this button, I want to see my menu here. To do that, we are gonna need a useState hook. I will say const is open, set is open, and at the beginning it's gonna be false. Let me close this menu. And when I click on this button, I'm gonna change my state. If it's false, it's gonna be true. If it's true, it's gonna be false. Set is open, and I will say take the previous value and right here the opposite. If I save, I'm gonna see my error here, as you can see, because we are using a hook and also we are using an onClick event here. That means our component should be a client component. Right now I can write my condition. I'll say if it's open, create here a div. And inside this div, we are going to have our links. I'm going to import Next.js link. And the first one will be the home page. Let's write here some links. And let's give a style. In our example, let me zoom out. When I click here, it contains all our screen. So I can give absolute positioning, and the initial point of our component will be this point, left 0 and top 24. Remember, we gave 24 for this Navbar. So I will say position absolute, left 0, top 24. I will say width full, and the height will be full screen. But remember, 24 of our screen is this Navbar, so we can use a calculate method. And I will say 100 VH minus 96 pixels. 24 means 96 pixels. Okay, let's give a background. It's gonna be white. And I'm gonna center my items. Flex column, item center, and justify center. I will click. As you can see, they are here. Let's give a gap between them. And the font weight will be bigger, let's say medium. Text will be X large. And the Z index will be bigger than 1. Because our component should be over everything. We shouldn't see here something else. Okay, let's take care of our animation here. So instead of quote here, I'm going to be using backtick. And I'm going to wrap my class name just like that. And I'm going to write here a condition. I will say if it's open, I'm going to be using rotate and it's going to be 45 degrees. And if it's not, it's going to be an empty string. Of course, it's not open, it is open. And let's do the same thing for the other one. But this time it's going to be minus 45 degrees. And for the middle line, I will say if it's open, its opacity will be 0. So we are not going to see it. I will click, and as you can see, there is something wrong here. Because by default, when we transform our items, it takes the middle of the lines as the origin point. But I don't want to move this and these points. I just want to move the right sides, here and here. So our origin point will be left, not center. So let's write here, origin left. I will do the same thing for this one. And perfect. But we don't have any animation. I'll say the timing function will be is in out, so it's gonna be slower. And also I'm gonna give my animation duration, let's say 500. I will do the same thing for the others. Just like that. And right now we have a great animation here. I'm gonna zoom out. And perfect. But what about bigger screen? Let's check our example. As you can see, for the medium screens, we are not going to have our logo here. We are going to see only our links. And here, we are going to see the login link. And as I said, if we are logged in, we are going to see here some icons. Let's do that. Actually, I'm going to close here. We don't need layout. Let's close this terminal. And I'm going to come back and I'm going to create my links. Inside center, I'll say links. Let's create a container. And I'm going to write here my first link. It's going to be homepage. But as you realize, we also have icon here. So let's create Next.js image. And after I'll say span and homepage. Let's add our image here. All the images are in the public folder. It's inside the starter branch, so you don't have to upload anything. And I will say home.png. And remember, if you are using Next.js image, you have to give here width and height. Let's say 16. And I'm gonna separate this image and this link. So I can use flex and gap. And if you remember, at the beginning it was hidden, but for the MD screen, it's gonna be flex. Let's check our example again. We are gonna have 2 more links, and here the login link. So I'm gonna create 2 more. It's gonna be friends and stories. Of course, if you want to, you can add more items. I'm going to close here. For the MD screen, as you can see, they are here, but they are not horizontal, and we can see our logo here. So for the left side, I will say if it's MD, make it hidden. But for the LG screen, it's going to be visible again, so I will say block. Okay, let's make them horizontal. Flags and gap between each link will be 6, and text will be gray 600. Just like that. And for the bigger screen, we are going to see our logo. But as you can see, our links are centered, but in our example, it starts here. To do that, we can give a specific width for our left component. So I will say width, and it's going to be 20%. And for the center, I will say 50%. In this case, we are going to have 30%, and it's going to be the right side. Okay, perfect. But our item is here. Let's move it to the end. I'll say flags box, item center, gap between each item will be 4. Because remember, if we are authenticated, we are going to see here some icons and our profile picture. And I will say justify end. So we are going to see our items at the end of the component. By the way, there is something wrong with our images. Let's give class name. And let's center our items. Okay, I'm going to change my font size. Actually, let's directly change our center component. I will say text small. Okay, for the MD screen, I'm going to remove this icon. I will say MD hidden. Okay, right now I can add my link. Let's close here. And here we are going to have a condition. When we visit our website, firstly, we are going to see here a loading spinner, and we are going to check if we are authenticated or not. If not, we are going to see this link. When we click here, we can log in and register. And after that, we are on the home page, and we can see our icons and the user image here. And when I refresh the page, as you can see, it's loading. Again, I'm going to refresh, loading, and our icons. So if you want to, let's take care of the authentication. It's going to be really easy because we are going to be using Clerk. Right now, we'll create our authentication using Clerk. And after that, we'll be able to get the authenticated user's information, and we can use it on our client or server components. So it will be easier to pass the user information when we fetch or update the data. So we can verify our user information here and on the server actions. For example, when we want to fetch all the followers of a user, we can get the information from Clerk and use it here or here. And also, we can protect our routes. If we are not authenticated, we will not be able to see the home page. To do that, we are going to be using Next.js middleware. We will write our authentication role and protect the routes. So whenever we make a request to see our pages, middleware is going to check whether we are authenticated or not. And if the route is protected, we'll be redirected to login page. And we are going to create our middleware rules using this auth. But there is something important here. When we create a new user, we should also create the user on our database. And this ID should be exactly the same ID, because we are using our user ID almost everywhere. To do that, whenever we create a new user, we should get the notification from Clerk. And we can do it easily using webhooks. In AppRouter, we can create pages, but also we can create API routes. And in this route, we will create an endpoint, let's say webhooks. And we will define this endpoint on our Clerk dashboard. And after that, whenever any event happens, we are gonna get a notification. I will say events. There are many events we can subscribe, but the most important is create user, update user, and delete user. So whenever we change our user status, we are going to collect the information using this API endpoint, and after that we will be able to create a new user on our database. And I will say post, put, and delete requests. So this is the main structure of our authentication. So let's see how to install Clerk. If you scroll down, you are going to see a link in the description, and when you visit that link, you are going to see the Clerk's website. This is the easiest way to create authentication. We don't have to implement anything from scratch. Clerk is going to handle everything for us, so we don't have to worry about the security, sessions, user tokens, client and server components. Everything will be ready in a minute. You don't have to design anything. You can simply use Clerk components. After that, users will be able to log in, log out, manage their profiles. Let's check our application. I'm going to click here. As you can see, this is a Clerk component that we can see our information, manage our account, update the user information. And also, when you log out and open up the sign in page, you are going to see this beautiful component that we can sign in or sign up. And also, if you don't have more than 10,000 users on your application, Clerk is completely free. This is why I started using Clerk. I can use it for all my small applications for free. Let's open up our dashboard and create a new application. I'm going to give a name. As you can see, there are many options here. I will choose email username, maybe Facebook, GitHub. Okay, that's enough. I'm going to create my application. And after that, we are going to need this dependency. Let's copy. I'm going to zoom in. I will come back, open up my terminal, and npm install Clerk Next.js. And after that, we should create an env file, and inside this file, we are going to pass our publishable and secret key. Let's copy this. I'm going to open my menu, and inside the root folder, I'm going to create a new file, and it's going to be .env. Let's paste. And remember, if you are using an env file, make sure that you add this inside the git ignore. Okay, we already have it here. So when you push your project to GitHub, nobody will be able to see your secret keys. And after that, we should create a middleware. It basically allows us to protect our routes. Let me copy and paste, and after I'm going to explain. If you are using a source folder, make sure that your middleware file is inside this folder. And I'm going to paste my code. So what this Clerk middleware does is, it basically intercepts our requests and checks the authorization. For example, if you remember, we have the settings page here, and if we are not authenticated, we shouldn't see this page. So we can write here our rule, and we can protect our settings page. By default, all our pages will be public, but if you want to, you can add here your protected routes. I will say const is protected route, and we are going to be using create route matcher. And we can add our routes inside this array. And I will say settings. And if you want to protect everything inside this folder, you can use it like that. And if you have any other page, you can write it here. But I'm just going to show this settings page. And right now we are going to check our route. And if it's protected, we are going to be using Clerk protect method. To do that, we are going to check the user authentication and the user request. And I will say if the URL the user visits is inside this protected route, check the authentication. And if the user is not authenticated, protect this route. So I will say if is protected route, and I'm going to pass here my request. And we are going to be using auth and protect. Right now, if we are not authenticated, we will not be able to see this page. Clerk is going to redirect us to the login page. And finally, we are going to wrap our application with this Clerk provider. And after that, we will be able to use our components. Let's do that. I'm going to copy this, open up my layout, and wrap my entire application with this provider. Let's import. It comes from Clerk Next.js. And that's all. Let's use our components. I'm going to close here, open my Navbar. And as I said, we are going to have 3 states when we visit our website. Firstly, it's going to be loading. And after that, it's going to check if we are authenticated or not. If we are not authenticated, we are going to see this link. And if we are authenticated, we are going to see our icons. Let's do that. The first component we are going to be using is Clerk loading. And if it's loading, show here a spinner. I will just copy and paste my spinner here, just like that. I just searched for Tailwind spinners and I found this website. It was the first website. You can check here some spinners and loading indicators. You can copy them. You don't have to create this from scratch. And after that, if it's loaded, we are going to check if we are signed in or not. Signed in, again, from Clerk Next.js. Let's say signed in. And also we can use signed out. So if we are not authenticated, we are going to see this text. I'm going to save. And as you can see, signed out. I'm going to refresh my page, loading, and signed out. Right now, instead of this text, let's add our icons. I'm going to create a div here, and I'll say cursor pointer. And I'm going to add my image inside. Let's say 20, height 20. And it's going to be people.png. Let's create 2 more. It's going to be messages and notifications. And finally, I'm going to show the user button. Again, Clerk Next.js. And if we are signed out, if we are not authenticated, I'm going to create here a div. And again, we are going to have an image here, login.png. And I'm going to add here a link. And let's say login or register. Just like that. Let's make them horizontal. Flex, align item center, and gap between the image and this text will be 2. Just like that. Let's make this smaller. So when I click on this button, we are going to see our sign in page. And when I click here, we are going to see the sign up page. It's really easy to do that. Let's come here. I'm going to open up the documentation. And as you can see, we are going to create our route using this folder name, and we are going to create our page. And inside this page, we are going to add this sign up component. Let's copy this. And inside the app directory, I'm going to create a new file, sign up page. And let's copy here, just like that. So I can do the same thing for the sign in page. Let's copy here. Right now, only thing I should do is add my sign in and sign up URL inside the env file. I'm gonna copy, open up env, and that's all. And let's check. I'm gonna click here. As you can see, the sign in page. Let's close here. Okay, it's not centered and the height is smaller. So let's create here a container, wrap our component, and remember the height of the navbar is 24. So again, I can use here the calculate method, and I'm going to center my item. Let's do the same thing for the sign in page. By the way, it should return our div, just like that. Okay, I'm gonna copy here. And wrap my component. And perfect. Sign in and sign up. Oops, it's empty because I didn't save. Okay, let's try to sign up. I'm gonna give a username and a password. As you can see, it sends a mail. I'm gonna check quickly. It's here. Let's copy and paste. And we are on the home page right now. And when I click on my profile picture, I can see my details. I can update my profile. And when I click here, I'll be able to see my devices. And it's that easy, guys. Right now we can continue our design. I'm gonna check my example again. This is the small screen, medium, and for the large screen, we are gonna see our logo, just like that. And after that, I'm gonna add here a search input. So let's close everything, open up Navbar. I'm gonna close my menu. And after my links here, I'm gonna add one more div, and it's gonna be my search input. Let's give a placeholder. I'll say search. We are not gonna have any background, and I'm gonna delete the outline. After that, I'm gonna add my icon. Its size will be 14. And the source will be search.png. And at the beginning, it's gonna be hidden. And if it's X large, it's gonna be flexbox. I'm gonna give a padding inside and the background color. And I'm gonna center my input and this image. Okay, I'm gonna give a border radius, and after I'm gonna separate my items. It's gonna be X large. And let's find the main container, which is center. We are using flexbox, and I will say item center, and justify will be between. just like that. Okay, perfect. Maybe I can increase the size of this icon. Okay, it's much better. So let's take care of our homepage. At the beginning, we are going to have only this feed component that we can see our posts. And after large screen, we are going to see this Rightbar. And after X large, we are going to see this Lefttbar. So let's create our components and use it in the home page. I will close here. I will open up my home page. This is going to be the main container. It's going to be horizontal. And gap between each component will be 6. And I'm going to create different containers for each item for the left side, center, and right. And at the beginning, left and right will be hidden. If it's LG, it's going to be visible. And for the left menu, it's going to be X large. And for the mobile screens, the center will be full. If it's LG, the right menu will be visible. So I can give here any specific width, let's say 70%. And here is going to be 30%. And if the left menu is visible, here is going to be 50%. And here is going to be 20%. Okay, I'm going to save, open my menu, and create my components. Left menu, right menu, and for the center, we are going to have the user stories. We are going to have this add new post component and after user posts. So I will say add post.tsx and post feed. Let's use them on the home page, left menu, right menu, and I can create here a container, and inside we are going to have the stories, add post component, and the user feed component. And for each item, I can give a space, just like that. Let's see. Okay, but there is no space here. Let's give a padding. And perfect. So let's take care of the stories first. I'm going to open my mobile screen and let's see what we are going to have. As you can see, we have a main container and inside we have the stories and I can scroll horizontally. So inside this main container, I'm going to create another container. And inside, I'm going to add my stories. But before, let's give here a padding. Background will be white. Rounded will be LG. And I'm going to give a shadow. Let's say MD. And we can scroll this on the x-axis. So I will say overflow scroll. And the text will be small. Okay, and each element will be horizontal, so I'm going to be using flexbox, and gap between each story will be 8. And I can add my first story here. Let's see what's inside. We are going to have an image and the username. But as you realize, first one is not the user story. We can actually click here and add a new story. So let's design the others first, and after we are going to come back and design the first one. So I can say flex column. I'm going to center my items and gap between the image and the username will be 2. Let's say cursor pointer And inside, we can create our image. Size will be 20. It's going to be a circle, so I can use rounded full. And I'm going to give a ring. So we can see this circle here, this blue circle. By the way, I should import. Of course, we should give width and height. Let's see. It's 80 pixels. Just like that. And after the image, I can write here the username. Let's create a span. I'm just gonna generate a random first name. And the font will be medium. And let's see. Okay, maybe I can decrease the font size. Okay, it's exactly the same. Right now I can add other stories. But before, let's add here an example image. To do that, we can use pexas.com. Let's choose any image here. Paste here. But remember, Next.js doesn't allow us to use external images. If you want to use this domain, you should add it to Next.js configuration. Let's open our menu, find the next config, and here I'm going to add one more item, and it's going to be images. And we can add our domain names inside this array. You can add here the connection protocol. It's going to be only HTTPS, and the host name will be the domain name. So if you want to add more domains, you can add it just like that, the domain name here. But for now, it's going to be only this one. I'm going to save and refresh. And perfect. Let's add the others. I will say story. And as you can see, there is a problem here because by default, the size of the second div is full. So it's going to try to not overflow, but it's not important because we are using overflow scroll. So I will say with the maximum content. Just like that. So let's get rid of this scroll bar. As far as I know, you cannot do this directly in Tailwind. So I'm going to create here a class name. Let's open our menu and find the global CSS. And here, I'm going to be using my class name. And for the Chrome browsers, I'm going to write WebKit, scroll bar, and display will be none. And for other browsers, I'm just going to say scroll bar width, and it's going to be none. And perfect. So let's see what's inside this component. We are going to have two sections, this avatar and the post details. And inside the post details, again, we are going to have two containers. This text container, which includes this input and emoji, and this container that includes our options. Let's create. I'll close them, open up, add post. We are going to have avatar. And we are going to have post. Inside this post, we are going to have text input and post options. Okay, let's give here exactly the same padding, background and border radius. It was LG, and I will say make them horizontal, give a gap between avatar and the post, and also I will say just 5 between, and the text will be small. Let's add our image here. Actually, instead of div, I can directly add my image. Its size will be 12. Object fit, cover, and it's going to be a circle. Just like that. Let's give exactly the same image here, or any other. Let's give the width and height. And inside this post, we are going to have the text input, which includes our text area. So again, we are going to need an image. But the source will be emoji.png. And its size will be 20. And let's say cursor pointer. So we can click and choose any emoji. And also I'm going to align this item because here it's on the end of the component. So I'll say self end. Let's check. Of course, the container is not flexbox. I'll say flex, and the gap between text input and emoji will be 4. Let's give here a placeholder. What's on your mind? And I will give a class name. The background will be slate 100, and the rounded will be LG. Just like that. But as you can see, it's not containing all our component. So let's see the size of the main div. I'll say background red 200. As you can see, it doesn't fit inside the rest of the component. To do that, we can use flex 1. Perfect. And I can do the same thing for this text input. If I say flex 1, it's gonna fit inside the container. And also I can give here any padding. Let's delete this background. And the padding will be 2. Okay, so let's add our options. Firstly, I'll say flex, item center, gap between each item will be 4. And I'm gonna separate these options and this post input. Let's say 4, and I'm gonna change the text color. I'm gonna add my first item. And if you remember, each item has an image and text. So I will copy this, paste here, add photo. It's gonna be 20. We don't need any class name here. And after that, I'll write my text. Let's give a class name for the parent. I'll say flex, item center, gap between the image and text will be 2, and cursor pointer. Okay, the image name is different. Let's check. Okay, add image. So let's do the same thing for the others. It's gonna be add video. Why I named them like that? But anyway, add video, add event, and this one I think. Okay. Okay, but if I shrink my page, as you can see, they are too close to each other. To prevent this, I can use here flex wrap. So if it doesn't fit inside this container, it's gonna move our items into the next line. Okay, awesome. Event should be here, I think. Okay, and after that, we can create our posts. Again, I'm going to create a container here that has this border and white background. And after that, we are going to create one more component that includes our post details. So let's open up feed. I'm going to give exactly the same style here. By the way, where is our shadow? It's going to be empty. Okay, let's copy this. Save and paste here. And our posts will be vertical, so I can use flex column. And gap between each post will be 12. So let's create our posts. Post.tsx, component name, and I'm going to use it here. Just like that. Okay. Let's close this menu and design our post. So inside the post component, we are going to have the user div, the description div, and the interaction div. And for the comments, we are going to create different components. So let's create our items, and they are going to be vertical, flex column, and gap between each item will be 4. We are going to have user div. We are going to have the description div and interaction. Actually, we can create different component for this one because we are going to be using useState hook and we are going to change our state. But anyway, for the design purpose, it can stay like that. So let's add here our user avatar and username. And for the right side, we are going to have this icon. So I'm going to create another div for the image and the text. I'm going to create the user image. It's going to be 10. And again, it's going to be circle. Let's add here any image. Don't forget to give the width and height 40. And after this avatar, I can add my username. So let's create a span and I will generate a random name and the font will be medium. Okay, so let's add our icon here. I will add one more image. And it's going to be more.png. Let's change the width and height. We don't need any class name. And let's separate this item and this icon. Flex, item center, and justify will be between. Just like that. And for the description, we can have only text or the text with the image. So I will say flexbox is going to be vertical and the gap between items will be 4. Let's create our image. To do that, I'm going to create a parent div. Width will be full and the minimum height will be 96. And our image will fit inside this div. So I'm going to be using relative. I'm going to copy this, paste here. Let's choose any image. And since we are using the parent div, we don't have to write width and height. I will just say fill. And I will give a class name because the object fit will be cover and the rounded will be empty. After that, I can write my description. Let's create a p tag and write here a random sentence, just like that. Okay. Awesome. About the interaction, for the left side, we are going to have two items, and for the right side, we are going to have only this item. So let's separate them first. Flex, item center, justify between, and text will be small. And we are going to have two divs. It's going to have two items inside. Let's create the first one. Let me zoom in. As you can see, it's going to be rounded. We are going to give a background and separate our items here. So let's say flex, item center, gap between each item. And I'm going to give my background. I'm going to give some padding and border radius. Actually, let's say X large. Okay, there is nothing inside. I'm going to add my image, this pipe sign, and the number. Again, I'm going to need an image. Let's say like.png. And I'm going to give class name, and the cursor will be pointer. After that, I'm going to create a span. It's going to be this pipe. Text will be gray. And another span. And it's going to be the number. Let's say 500. But there is something important here. For the bigger screen, as you can see, we have a text here. So inside this number, let's create another span, and it's going to be likes. But at the beginning, it's going to be hidden. And if it's empty, it's going to be inline. Let's do the same thing for the other one. It's going to be comment. And for the last one, that is going to be inside this div. Just like that. Okay. For the bigger screen, we are going to see our texts, but we don't have any space. And what else? Actually, this color is lighter, and there is a space here. I'll say margin top, let's say 4. And instead of 100, I'm going to be using 50. Okay, it's much better right now. So we can take care of our comments. After this div, I can add my comments component. By the way, there's a space here also. So instead of margin top, let's say margin Y. So it's going to add margin to top and bottom. I'm going to open my menu. Inside components, I will say comments. Let's add it here. Okay. And let's see what we have here. We are going to have two sections. We can write a comment here, and we can see all the other comments. So let's create two divs. I'll say write and the comments. I can quickly give flex, item center, and gap between the image and text input will be 4. Let's create an image. Source is going to be 8. And again, it's going to be a circle. It's going to be 32 pixels. So let's give width and height. And again, I'm going to choose any image here. Oops, it's a video. And after that, I'm going to create one more div, because inside this div, we are going to have our input and this emoji. Let's say placeholder, write a comment. Again, we are not going to have any background color and outline. And I'm going to use my emoji here. And it's going to be cursor pointer. Let's see. Okay. Again, I'm going to separate my items. We are going to do exactly the same thing here. It's going to be flex1, so it's going to fit inside our container, and also they are going to be horizontal. Item center, justify between, and I'm going to give background color. Rounded will be X large, text will be small, and I'm going to give padding horizontally and vertically. Width will be full, and I can use flex1 here. Just like that. And for this div, I can write exactly the same thing. Flex1. So it's going to fix our avatar here. And after that, I can write our comment list. Right now we are going to have 3 items: this image, this container, and this icon. I'll say comment. Inside we are going to have avatar, description, and the icon. Let's add it here quickly. The size will be 16, and it's going to be cursor pointer. Actually, let's give our size here also, and it's going to be more.png. And for avatar, I can actually copy exactly the same image here, just like that, but this time size will be bigger, just like that. And what about here? We are going to have the username, description, and again this interaction container. So let's separate them first. Flags column, gap between each item. And firstly, we are going to add here our username. Font will be medium, a p tag, again random sentence, and here is going to be the like button and the reply button, and inside the like button, again we are going to have 3 items. The first one will be the like image. The second one will be the pipe. And this one will be the like number. Let's give class names. Again, it's going to be gray 300. And here is going to be 500. Let's change the image, like PNG. Let's change here, by the way. And after this button, I'm going to create one more div, and I will say reply. Okay, let's make this horizontal, and after I'm going to separate my items. Here is going to be flags, item center, gap between items will be 8, text will be XML, and text will be gray 500. And for this div, again, flags, item center, and gap between image, this pipe, and this number will be 4. Okay, let's give a space here. By the way, our main container should be horizontal, so we can see our avatar here, description here, and this icon here on the right side. So I'll say flex, gap between each item, and also I'll say justify between, and the margin top will be 6. Okay, awesome. But there's a problem here. To prevent this, I'm going to be using flex 1, and perfect. For the small screen, bigger. And for the large screen, we are going to see our right bar here. Let's check what else we can add. That's all, I think. So let's take care of the right bar. I'm going to come here, close everything, and I will open right menu. And inside, we are going to have 3 components: friend requests, birthdays, and sponsored ads. But there is something important here. If we are on the profile page, as you can see, we are going to have 2 more items here. This user information and the user media. So for each page, we are going to have different items. So we can get the type of the page as a prop. We can actually directly get the user ID. If there is user ID, that means we are on the profile page. So we can show this information and the media. If there is no user ID, we are going to have only these items. User ID, and its type will be a string. Of course, it's not going to be required. And let's separate our items. And the first item will be friend requests. You can directly write them here, but also you can create new components. And advertisement. Okay, let's use them here. Just like that. And again, for this component, we can take a prop, because as you can see, we also have here the advertisement component, but here is a little bit smaller. So gap between each item is smaller also. So I will say size. We are going to have 3 options. It's going to be small, medium, or large. We are going to use small for the left side, medium for the right side, and large for the post here. Since we are designing the right side, let's give here size medium. And let's take care of the friend requests. Firstly, I'm going to give my padding background rounded. We are doing exactly the same thing here as we gave for this story, this and this component. We are going to have a shadow, border radius, background color, and I will do the same thing for the other components. Just like that. And after that, we are going to have a title here, which includes 2 texts, this and this. So let's say here is going to be a span friend requests. It's going to be gray. And I'm going to add here a link. See all. It can stay like that for now. I'm going to give a class name. It's going to be blue. And the text will be xmall. Just like that. Let's separate them. Flags justify between, item center, and the font will be medium. Okay, perfect. What about our items? Again, two sections. The first one will be image and username, and the second one will be these icons. And for each item, again, I'm going to give a space. So we can use here flags box and gap between each item. So let's create our first user. Actually, let's say user. Again, flags, item center, and justify center. And as I said, we are going to have two divs. First one is going to include our user image and the username. It's going to be a circle, and the object will be cover. Let's give our width and height. Let's paste an image. And inside this div, we are going to have two icons. The first one will be accept. And here is going to be reject. I'm going to decrease this size. It's going to be 20. And here is going to be cursor pointer. Let's give a class for this username. Font will be semi-bold. And I'm going to give gap between items. Just like that. Let's do the same thing for this div. Flags, gap 3, and the justify will be end. So we are going to see our items at the end of the div. Okay, but they are not separated. User flags justify center, it should be separated. Let's check our background. Okay. Oh, I said justify center. Of course, it's going to be between. Okay, so let's create two more users. Just like that. Now, what about here? Again, we are going to have a title, exactly the same user, and here we are going to create one more div. So I'm going to copy and paste exactly the same items. Instead of those icons, we are going to add this button, and also we are going to add this component. So I'm going to copy this and the first user and paste here. Let's import this image and this link. Actually, we don't need this link here. Let's write our title. Here's going to be username, user image, but here is going to be a button. Let's say celebrate. And its background will be blue. Text will be white. And it's going to be X small. I'm going to give paddings. And the rounded will be empty. Just like that. Of course, we should separate our items as we did here. Okay, let's create one more container and add this image and those texts. After this user, I'll say upcoming. I'm going to give a padding inside, change my background. Rounded will be LG. Flags, align item center, and the gap between the image and texts will be 4. Let's add our image. I'm gonna copy this, paste here, change the source. It's gonna be gift PNG. And size will be 24. I can delete here. And finally, let's add our items. The parent div will be a link. Let's import. And we are going to have 2 texts inside, and they are going to be vertical. Gap between items will be 1, and again text x small. Let's write the first span. What was the name? Upcoming birthdays. And one more. See the others. It's going to be gray 500. And here is going to be a little bit darker. Let's say 700. And the font will be semi-bold. Just like that. And what about here? Again, title, after image, this image and title container, description, and a button. So let's open up our component. And inside, and bottom. And here, I'm going to separate my items. Text will be gray. And the font will be medium. I'm going to have 2 spans. Just like that. I can also use here my image. Let's do that. It's going to be more PNG. Let's say 16. Okay. And after that, let's add our image. Again, I'm going to create a container. And for each size, I'm going to give different image size. Firstly, for the parent div, I'm going to give different gap between each item according to our size. Because again, remember, this gap is different than this gap. So I'll say flex column. I'm going to give margin top, and I'm going to write my condition. If the size is small, the gap will be 2. If it's not, it's going to be 4. Let's create our parent div for the image. I'll say fill. And if you are using fill, the parent should be relative. And the class name will be rounded.lg. And the object will be cover. Let's add here our image. And again, for each screen size, I'm going to give different height here. So I'm going to write it like that. Width will be full. And for each screen, I'm going to give different height. Let's say 24. If the size is MD, it's going to be 36. And if it's the biggest, it's going to be 48. And after that, we are going to have one more div. And it's going to include our image and the title. Let's check, by the way. It looks great. I'm going to add one more div here. I will say flexbox, item center, and gap between the image and the text will be 4. Let's add here our image. It's going to be 24. rounded will be full, and also I'm gonna give the width and height. And after this image, I can write my title. It's gonna be blue color, and the font will be medium. And finally, we are gonna have the description and this button. I'm gonna create a p tag, and for each screen type, I'm gonna give different text. As you can see, it's longer than this one, and also its tag size is smaller. Class name. If the size is small, the text will be x small. If it's not, it's gonna be small. And inside, again, I'm gonna write my condition. If the size is small, the text will be smaller. If the size is medium, it's gonna be a little bit longer. And if it's not, it's gonna be the longest. By the way, it should be colon, and let's see. Okay. And finally, a button. And I will say learn more. BG will be gray, 200. Text will be darker gray. I'm gonna give some padding inside. Text will be x small, and rounded will be LG. Just like that. And what about other items? Let's check our profile page. We are going to have the user information and the user media. So let's create our components. I'm going to close them, open my menu. Let's create a new component, and it's going to be user information card. And one more, user media card. And let's open our profile page. And again, I'm going to add here my left, center, and right components. To do that, I can copy and paste from the home page. Just like that. Of course, we don't have any stories. Add post. We are going to have feed, left and right menu. And after that, we are going to add here our cover picture, profile picture, and other information, just like that. But for now, let's take care of this card. I will give here a user ID. It can be anything for now. And also inside the right menu, I can write my condition. I'll say if there is user ID, show my cards. If not, show nothing. And inside, we are going to have user info card and media card. And also I can pass this user ID here and here, because later when we have the database using this ID, we are going to get the user information and the user images. So let's take them as a prop. Just like that. So let's see what we are going to have. Again, I'm going to give exactly the same border, padding, background, and these titles. And after, we are going to have different items here. So let's open an example here, this one. I will copy here. And I'm going to paste. And here is going to be user information. I can do the same thing for the other one. And here is going to be user media. And after that, we are going to have our name, surname, and the username. And after a description, a div here that shows the city, school, work. And after that, we are going to have another div that shows our website and the join date. Finally, a button that we can follow the user and this blog text. Let's do that. I'll say bottom. Firstly, I'm going to give flex column, separate my items, and the text will be gray 500. Firstly, I'm going to create my title div, flex, item center, gap will be 2, and the first one will be the username, name and surname, and the second one will be the username. Let's say small. And here is going to be bigger. And the color will be, let's say, black. And after the name, we are going to have a p tag. It can be our description, something like that. We don't have any class name here. I'm going to create a div, which includes an image and a text. And this is going to be bold. Let's give width and height. And I will say city.png, or what was the name? Okay, map PNG. Let's separate them. Just like that. And I'm going to add 2 more items here. And here is going to be the school, and here is going to be the work. And after, let's add another div that includes our website and this date. Again, flex, item center, but this time justify will be between the first one and the second one. First one includes the link image and the link itself. So I'm going to separate them. Let's copy this, paste. And here is going to be link PNG. And let's add here our link. Just like that. And I'm going to change the text color, text blue 500, and the font will be medium. And I'm going to do exactly the same for the date. I'm going to separate my items. We are going to have an image, date.png, and I'm going to add here a span, and let's write the date. I'm going to check, perfect, and let's create our button and the blog text. I will say follow and a span here, and it's going to be blog user. Let's make this red. I'm going to change its position, self end, so it's going to be at the end of the component. Text will be x small, and the cursor will be pointer. And here, background will be blue, text will be white, it's going to be small, and border radius will be empty. Let's give a padding. And perfect. So let's take care of the user media. We are going to have 8 items. For each image, we are going to have a parent. We are going to separate them. The container will be Flexbox, but again, we are going to be using FlexWrap. So after 4 items, it's going to use a new line and move those items here. Media cards. Firstly, let's say Flexbox. Gap between each item, I will say justify between, and finally FlexWrap. And inside, let's create our first item. We are going to have an image. I will say fill. Of course, it should be relative. And I will say class name. Object width will be cover. And the rounded will be empty. Let's add any image here. And I'm going to give my width and height. Just like that. We are going to have 4 items, but I didn't use 4 here because remember, we have a gap between each item. So it's going to be 20% of the component. Just like that. Let's add more items. And perfect. So we finished our right bar. Let's take care of the left bar. As you can see, we have a menu here, but for the home page, we are going to also add here the user card. So again, we are going to have a condition. So let's come back, close everything, and I will open up the left menu. And again, I'm going to get my type. It's going to be home or profile page. And if it's the home page, we are going to see this profile card. If type equals home, show me the profile card. Let's create. I'm going to call my component here. And after that, let's create our menu. Firstly, I'm going to separate all my items using flex column. And here, again, I'm going to give my shadow, padding, and other details. Just like that. I'm going to change the text color. It's going to be gray and 500. I'll say flex column, and I'm going to give space between each link. It's going to be 2. Let me close this menu. And let's create our first link. I'm going to import. And the first one will be my posts. And I'm going to add this image. I'm going to give width and height. It's going to be 20. And the source will be posts.png. Let's give a style for this link. I will say flex, item center, gap between image and text will be 4. I'm going to give some padding. And I'm going to give this effect. As you can see, when I hover over, it changes the background. Firstly, I will say rounded LG, and when I hover over, the BG will be slate 100. So I will do exactly the same thing for the others, so I can directly copy and paste. We will just change the name and image, there is nothing different, but before, let's give this HR. After this link, I'll say HR tag. I'll say border top 1, border will be gray 50, width will be 36, and I'm gonna center my item using self-center. Let me zoom in here. So let me copy and paste the others, or I can change the names, because I know some of you don't want me to copy and paste anything. So this is gonna be activity. Here is gonna be marketplace. Events. Albums. Videos. News. Courses. Lists. And settings. Okay, perfect. And after that, I'm gonna add this advertisement, but this time size will be small. By the way, we don't need this HR here. And awesome. So let's take care of this profile card. Again, I will give my shadow, padding, and text. It's going to be flex column, and gap between items will be 6. And inside, I'm going to have the image container. Its height will be 20, and the position will be relative. Because we are going to be using fill for this image. Let me zoom in. This is going to be our cover picture, and this is going to be the profile picture. And its position will be absolute. Let's create the first one. I'll say fill, and rounded will be empty. And one more is going to be rounded full. Let's give width and height. Its position will be absolute. I'm going to center this horizontally using left 0, right 0, and margin auto. And it's going to be in the middle of the cover picture. And since we are using height 12, if I say bottom 6, actually minus bottom 6, it's going to be centered. And also I'm going to give this ring, it's going to be white. And I will give Z index because we are using absolute, and it's going to be over this cover picture. Let's add some images. And this one. By the way, I'll say object fit. Of course, we cannot see it because we are on the profile page, but if I open up the home page, it should be here, but it's not. By the way, we have two posts here. Let's remove this one. Okay, we set type here, but we didn't use it on our home page. As you can see, I'll say type, and it's going to be home. And it's going to be profile. Okay, there is something wrong here. Okay, we didn't give any width and height. And we are not going to be using fill. It's going to be only cover picture. And perfect. Okay. After that, let's add our details. Username, followers, and this button. By the way, they should be circle. There's something wrong here. We are going to fix that. After this div, I'm going to create one more div. And I will say span, this username. Font will be semi-bold. And after that, followers. By the way, let's give here class name. H20, flags column. Gap between items will be 2. And I'm going to center my items. Okay, let's add followers. Again, they are going to be horizontal. And gap between items. And inside, we are going to have images, and they are going to be horizontal. Let's copy this, paste here. Just like that. Let's say 2 more images, and after that, I'm going to create a span, and text will be X small, and it's going to be gray. And finally, our button, and I will say my profile. Text will be white. Again, X small. I'm going to give some padding, and the rounded will be empty. Okay. So we finished our home page. Let's take care of the profile page. It's really easy. We are just going to add here the user information. Again, the cover picture, profile picture, name, and here we are going to have 3 items. So let's open up our page here. And before this feed, I'm going to create a div. I will say flags column. I'm going to center everything vertically and horizontally. I will do exactly the same thing here. I'm going to create a main container. I'll give my width and height. And here I'll create my image. It's going to be the cover picture. So I will say fill. And the class name will be object cover. Again, let's add some images. I'm trying to find something horizontal. Okay. And one more image. And this is going to be our profile picture. Just like that. This time it's not going to be fill. I'll give width and height. And let's write it here also. rounded will be full. It's gonna be absolute. And again, left 0, right 0, margin auto. And since our height is 32, I will say minus bottom 16. And let's give ring again. This time it's gonna be 4. And its color will be white. If you want to, you can give here border radius. Okay. And after that, our username. After this div, I will say h1 tag. Class name. Firstly, I'm gonna give margin top, margin bottom, and its size will be really big, and the font will be medium. And after that, we are gonna have 3 items: posts, followers, and following. So let's say flexbox, item center, justify center, and gap between each item. And margin bottom will be 4. Let's create the first one. It's gonna be vertical. So again, flex column and item center. We are gonna have 2 spans. And the first one will be the number, font medium. And the second one will be the title, posts. And text will be small. Let's create 2 more. Followers and following. Let's change the numbers. Okay, awesome. Let's check our small screen. Perfect. Medium, large, and X large. Okay, awesome. If you want to, you can add more components here and here, but it can stay like that. If we need anything else, we can add them later. Right now, we can take care of our backend. I'm gonna close everything here. Open up my home page and close everything here. And right now we are gonna create our database. For this tutorial, I'm gonna be using MySQL, but you can use anything you want because we will make our database requests using Prisma ORM. So it doesn't matter which database you are using, the syntax will be the same. To create database, you can use any cloud service, but as far as I know, you cannot create a free database on planet scale anymore. If you don't want to pay anything additional, you can deploy your own database. You can do it by installing MySQL on your server and make all the configuration. You can use Docker. Or if you use Cloud Panel, like I do, you can directly install your database in a minute. To do that, I'm gonna open my Cloud Panel and I'm gonna create my application here. Since we are using Next.js, our application will be a Node.js application. You can write your domain here. And if you are using a custom domain, make sure that you change your DNS and use your server IP address. Our application will run on this port number. Let's create. Okay, it's ready. I'm just gonna click here and databases, and I will say add database. Let's give a name. And that's all. Our MySQL database is ready. And it's running on this port number. And to reach this database, On the development mode, I have to add my local IP address to the whitelist. Otherwise, I will not be allowed to use the database. So I'm going to come back, use the admin area, security, and here I'm going to add a new rule. I'm going to choose MySQL, and here I'm going to add my address. Let's give a name. Okay, right now I can reach to my database. I can create all my tables and add some items inside. Let's remember again. My database name is Social, username is Lama Dev, and the password is Lama Dev password. And this is our server IP address, and our database is running on this port number. So let's install Prisma and connect to our database. So I'm gonna come here, open my terminal, and I will say npm install Prisma. Let's check the documentation. I'm gonna zoom in. And let's quick start, or we can choose any database here. Let's check. Okay, we installed our dependency, and right now we are gonna initialize our Prisma schema. I'm gonna copy here and paste. And if I open my menu, let's close here. As you can see, there is a folder here, and inside we have our Prisma schema. Our database provider will be MySQL, and as you can see, database URL is inside the env file. Let's check. It's automatically added here when we initialize our Prisma. Right now, I'm going to change my database URL. Let's see how we should change it. Connect your database. And our database URL should be like that. MySQL, username, user password, and here is going to be our server address, and MySQL is running on this port number, and here is going to be our database name. So I'm going to copy here, paste. It's going to be Lama Dev password. Here is going to be social. And I'm going to add here my server IP address. Just like that. Let's save. And here. Let's check what's next. As you can see, in our schema, we can create any table. Of course, we are not going to use it, but I'm going to create here an example so you can understand better. After that, I'm going to delete that. So let's create a model. I will say test. And inside, we should need a unique ID. It's going to be an integer. And I should say that it's a unique ID. So we can find our items using this ID. And by default, when we create any item inside this table, it's going to automatically increment the ID number. So when we create our first item, the ID will be 1. If we create another one, it's going to be 2. So we don't have to give a specific ID. What we can have, let's say name, its type will be string. You can write here any limit, like maximum 255 characters. We can have description, again, string. But this time I can say it's not required. It can be empty. You can give any number using integer. You can give any boolean. And that's enough for the test. Let's try to push our table to the database. To do that, I will just say npx prisma db and push. And that's all. Let's see. I'm going to manage my database. Of course, we are not going to use this panel. I'm just showing that our table is here. Let's see the structure. As you can see, name, description, number is published. So our database works. Right now, instead of using this panel, we are going to be using Prisma Studio. So I will say npx, Prisma, and Studio. As you can see, it runs on this port number. Let's copy and open up. And our database is here. And the test table is empty. We don't need to use this studio, but it's really easy to see changes. We can see all our items here and tables. When we want to check the relationships between our tables, we can use that studio. Because, for example, when we delete any post here, we should also delete the post comments so we can see the changes easily. Okay, so right now, instead of this test, we are gonna write our social media application schema. My first model will be user. Each user has a unique ID, but it's gonna be a string because we are using Clerk and it uses string for the IDs. Let's write here ID, and each user has a username, again string, but it's gonna be unique. It's important because on our application, when we visit our profile page, we are gonna be using the usernames. So they should be unique. And users can have avatars. It's gonna be string, but it will be optional. So I'm gonna write here a question mark, and I will write the others. Cover picture, username, I mean the first name, and the surname, description, what else? City, school, work, and website. They are gonna be optional because when we create our user, we are not gonna have any of them. And finally, we are gonna have the created at date. And it's gonna be a date time, and by default, it's gonna be the current date. Just like that. And after that, we can create the post model. Again, I will say ID, but this time it's gonna be integer. And we are gonna increase the number. It's an ID. And after that, we are gonna have the post description, string. We are gonna have the created at date. If you want to, you can also add the updated at date. We might want to update our posts. And here is gonna be updated at date. So whenever we change our item, it's gonna update this field. And after that, we are gonna have the like model. I'm gonna copy here. We are gonna have the ID and created at date, and I'm gonna write my relations later. Actually, we can do it right now. I think it will be easier to understand. Each user can create a post, and each post has a user. The relationship is gonna be one-to-many because we can create multiple posts. So I will write here my relation. I will say user is gonna be the user model, and relation, and fields will be user ID, and the reference will be the ID inside the user model. So I have to create my user ID here. It's gonna be a string, and each user can have multiple posts. So I will say posts and post array. So when I try to find my post, I can do it using my user ID, and it's gonna fetch all the posts of this user. And there is something important here. When we delete our user, we should also delete all the posts of that user. So I will say onDelete cascade. So let's do the same thing for the like. I'm gonna copy here. Again, we are gonna have the user ID string. Each user can have multiple likes. And also, each post has multiple likes. So I will do the same thing for the post. Post is going to be the post model. I'm going to write here the post ID. And its type will be integer. But we can also like the comments. Let's create here. I'm going to write it like that. Comment. We'll have ID, description, created and updated at. Each user can have multiple comments. And each comment belongs to a post. Post ID and integer. In this case, each post will have multiple comments. Just like that. And right now, we can like our comments. As you can see, it automatically added this here. So even if I don't write this, since we have the likes here, when I use Option, Shift and F, it's gonna automatically add it here. Okay. In this case, I'm gonna make this optional because our like can be for the comment or post. We don't know which one. And again, it's gonna be on delete cascade. And after that, we can follow any user. So let's say follower. I'm gonna copy here, ID and create it at, and I'm gonna write my user. But this time we are gonna have two users. The first one will be the follower and the second one will be the following. In this case, I should change here. Let's say follower ID. Just like that. And since we are using the same model, we can write here a name, so it will be easier to find our followers and followings. Let's say user followers. So let's write our items here. Each user can have multiple followers. And I'm gonna write my relation name, user followers. And I will do the same thing for the followings. Again, follower, but this time our relation will be followings. This is why we are using this relation. Okay. And of course, we cannot follow users directly. When we click here, we are going to send a request. So I'm going to create one more model and it's going to be follow request. ID created at, and again, we are going to be using two users. But let's say sender ID, receiver, and receiver ID. Let's write our relationship, follow request sent, and received. Let's add them to our user, and after that, I'm gonna add here one more thing. So let's say follow request sent, follow request array, and the relationship will be follow request sent. And I will do the same thing for the received. Okay, there is something wrong. Of course, it should be capital. And here, again, Okay. But I'm gonna write one more thing here. And it's gonna be unique sender and receiver ID. Because we cannot send multiple following requests. We can send only once. So this combination should be unique. So let's do the same thing for the block. Blocker and blocked. I will say blocks sent, blocks received, and let's write them here. Blocks and blocks received. Don't forget to make them capital. And here is gonna be block. And there's something wrong here. Blocks sent. Okay. If you want to, you can change the name. Let's say blocks and blocked by. And finally, we are gonna create our stories. I will say ID created at, and also we are gonna have the expires at, because after 24 hours, they are not gonna be available anymore. And I will say user, let's remove here. Fields will be user ID. And I will say unique, because our relationship will be one-to-one. Each user can create only one story. Of course, you can change here. You can create multiple stories, but let's use it like that. That's all, I think. If we make any mistake, we can come back and fix them. For now, it can stay like that. Let's push it to our database. Remember, npx Prisma, db, and push. So let's try to add our first post. To do that, we are gonna need the Prisma client. So using that client, we can fetch our posts, comments, or any other table here. We can add new items, we can update and delete. Let's open up the documentation. I'm gonna copy here and paste. And let's see how to send a request. As you can see, we are gonna import the Prisma client. And using this Prisma, we are gonna make the CRUD operations. Here is an example. Prisma, the model name, and if you say find many, it's gonna fetch all the users. And also you can write here any condition like username equals Lama Dev. In this case, it's gonna fetch our user information. Or here, if you want to create a new user, we are gonna be using this method, and inside this object, we are gonna pass our data, like name, email, or whatever it might be. We are gonna use all of them, but before, let's create a new file and export our client. I'm gonna close here, open my menu, and inside the source folder, I'm gonna create a new folder, let's say library, and inside client.ts. I'm gonna import my Prisma client from Prisma client. Let's initialize const Prisma, new Prisma client, and I'm gonna export this. But be careful here, on the development mode, whenever you use this Prisma, it's gonna create a new database connection. But for the production, we are gonna have only one connection, Basically, we are going to define our client here, and we will say if it's connected, don't create any other client. Otherwise, you will have thousands of clients on your production and it will cause some problems. Let's see how to do that. I'm gonna come here. And as you can see, your application should create only one instance. I'm gonna click here. And we are gonna export our client just like this. We are gonna initialize our client and we are gonna assign this to this global variable. And whenever we connect to our client again, it's gonna check this variable, and if the client exists, it's gonna use it. If not, it's gonna create a new client. So let's copy here and paste. And right now, we don't have to worry about the production. Let's export this by default. Okay. I'm gonna close here and here. And let's try to add our first item. I'm gonna open my component, new post. What was the name? Add post. And remember, inside our schema, this description is required. And also we can add any image, but it's gonna be optional. Let's save and push it again. Okay. Let's create. We have the text area here. Of course, we are going to be using server actions. So I'm going to come here and I will say const test action. It's going to be an async function because we are going to make a request. And let's say try catch block. If there is an error, we are going to show it here. So we are going to run our action whenever we send our form. Let's make this a form and I'll say action and test action. In this case, I can reach to my text area using this name, let's say description, and I'm going to add here a button. When we click on this button, it's gonna send this description. So we can take this data, form data, its type will be form data, and to reach our description, we'll say form data.get, and we are gonna write the name of the input, which is description. And I will say as string. And I'm gonna send this to my post. To do that, we are gonna be using the Prisma client, and it comes from library and client. And I'm gonna choose my model, which is post, and I will say create, and I will pass my data here. And it's gonna be description. As you can see, there's a problem here that because each post has a user, so we have to pass here our user ID, but we don't have any user yet. Let's create one. I'm gonna comment this out for now. And remember how we are taking our user ID using Clerk. I will say const user ID, and that comes from Clerk Auth. Let's see, console log user ID. I'm gonna open my terminal. And there is a problem here because our action should be a server action. Okay, I'm gonna log in right now. And my user ID is here. So let's create a user. I'm gonna do this manually, and after, when we create a new user using Clerk, we are also gonna create that user into our database. But for now, for the test purpose, I'm gonna open up my studio. Remember, to open this, you have to write npx prisma and studio. And let's find our user. And I'm gonna add a new record. Its ID will be this ID. it should be exactly the same ID. Let's say username. Others are optional. They can stay like that. I'm gonna add. And our user is here. I'm gonna update my username. Okay. So let's send our post right now. I'm gonna open here. And this user ID will be this user ID. And of course, it can be null. So if we are not authenticated, we shouldn't send anything. So I will say, if there is no user, don't do anything, just return. Okay, let's test. I'm gonna click here, open my terminal, and as you can see, post 200. I forgot to add here console log. Let's say const response. Of course, it should be await. And let's see what's inside this response. Let's test. I'm gonna send. As you can see, it has changed. And if we check our terminal, we can see our post here. And its ID is 1. Our description is here, created and updated at, and this is our user ID. So everything works perfectly. So right now, I can delete here. And I'm gonna leave it empty. We are gonna create our server actions and write all our mutations. But for now, let's take care of the authentication. When we create a new user, we should also add it to our database. To do that, we are gonna be using Clerk webhooks. I will open up the documentation and let's search for webhooks. And as you can see, it allows us to receive event notifications. So whenever any changes happen on our Clerk account, it's gonna send us a notification and we will check its event type. If it's the user creation, we are gonna get the user information and add it to our database. Let's do that. I'm gonna open up my dashboard. And here, we should write our endpoint. But since we are using localhost, we cannot use it here. It should be a domain name. To do that, we can use ngrok. It allows us to generate a domain for our localhost. Let's log in. And right now, I'm gonna install my application. You can choose your operating system here and open your terminal. Let's paste this. And after, we are going to add our configuration. And after that, we are going to pass here our local server. In our case, it's going to be localhost 3000, and it's going to generate a unique domain, and we can use it on our dashboard. Let's do that. I will copy here, paste, and it's going to be 3000. As you can see, this is our unique domain. I'm gonna copy this and paste it here. And we are gonna choose our event. And it's gonna be user created. And also remember, we can manage our account using this component. And here we can change our profile picture and username. And again, when we update our profile here, we are also going to update the user inside the database. So I'm going to choose update as well. And let's create. So it's going to send the notifications to this endpoint, but how we are going to catch those notifications? To do that, we can use API routes. Let's come back, open our menu, and inside the app directory, I'm going to create my API folder. And inside, I'm going to create my endpoint, and let's say webhooks. I will say Clerk, because we can use different webhooks. And inside, I'm going to create my route. So we can use this route to reach to Clerk events. It's gonna be API, webhooks, and Clerk. I'm gonna save, and we are gonna test it right now, but before, let's see how to verify our webhook connection. Because we are gonna use our endpoint for only Clerk webhooks, nobody else should be able to use this route. To do that, we should verify our connection. Sync data, I'm gonna click. As you can see, we already created our domain. And it also explains how to create a unique domain. If you do that, it's gonna create something like that. So you don't have to write different domains for each session. But I'm gonna leave it like that. We added our API endpoint and selected our events. And right now, we are gonna pass our webhook secret to env file. Because using this secret will be make sure that the request comes from Clerk. So let's copy this and paste inside env. By the way, I'm gonna close here. Just like that. And let's see our secret. I'm gonna come here. And I'm gonna copy my secret. Just like that. And after that, our route should be public, but by default, it's already public. And right after that, we are gonna be using this library because Clerk is sending requests using Swix. Let's open again, paste to our terminal. And right after that, we can write our configuration. We will get the post requests and we are gonna check our webhook key. And if it doesn't exist, we are gonna throw an error. And after that, we are gonna check the header that comes from the Clerk request. And using this ID, timestamp, and signature, it's gonna create a key. And using this function, we are gonna verify that key. So we will make sure that it comes from Clerk and our account. And after that, we can get the event type like user creation or user update. And we can get all the user information using event.data. You don't have to memorize anything here, just copy and paste. I will copy and paste here. And let's see our event type and the data inside. I'm gonna save. Let's delete our user. I'm gonna open my dashboard, users, and let's remove this. Let's come back and refresh the page. And I'm gonna sign in again. Let's give a username. And let's see our terminal. As you can see, I'm gonna close this menu. The type of the event is user created. And inside this body, we have all the information we need, like email address, created at date, name, username, or whatever it might be. So using this information, I can also create user using my database. Let's do that. I'm gonna comment this out. And I'll write my condition. I'll say if the event type equals user.created, I'm gonna write a try catch block. I will console log this error, and also we are gonna return a new response. Failed to create the user. And I can send here a status code, let's say 500. And here, let's use our Prisma client. Await prisma.user.create. And inside the data, we are gonna pass the user ID, which is event data.id. Remember, it's here. This is our user ID. Let's import this, by the way. And I will say username. We are going to get the data, but remember, it's a string. So we can use here JSON parse, and we are going to pass here the body. And inside we have the data and the username. And what else I can do? I can add my avatar, body data.image URL. And if there is no image, we are going to be using no avatar.png. And I can also create cover picture. And it's going to be no cover.png. Let's create a new response. User has been created. And the status will be 200. And I'm going to write one more condition here. And it's going to be user updated. And this time we are going to update our user. Of course, we should select our user first. To do that, we can use where condition. And the user ID will be, again, event data.id. And we can update our username and avatar. Let's change here. And that's all. If it's not user created or updated, we are just going to return status 200. Let's say webhook received. But we are not doing anything. I'm going to save. And let's delete our user again. I'm going to refresh. Delete the user. And inside Studio, I'm going to delete this user. And let's try to log in. I'm going to refresh my page. By the way, our home page should be protected, because if we are not logged in, that means we don't have any friends, any posts, stories. So I'm going to open up my middleware. And I'm going to add here one more URL, and it's going to be the home page. Right now, if I refresh my page, as you can see, we are on the login page. Let's log in. Username. And let's check our database. I'm going to refresh. And as you can see, our user is here. This is our avatar, cover picture, and others are empty. Okay. And let's try to update our username. I'm going to click here, manage account, and update my username. I will save. And let's check. I will refresh again. And perfect. This is how we are using Clerk webhooks. So we don't need them anymore. I can close. And let's try to fetch our user. Firstly, I'm going to update here. Let's close everything. Open up profile card. It's going to be a server component, so we can fetch our item directly. So I will say const user await. I will call Prisma user model. I will say find first, where the user ID will be the current user ID. So again, I'm going to use Clerk const user ID. That comes from Auth, Clerk Next.js server, and I'm going to use it here. By the way, if there is no user ID, I'll say return null. We are not going to see our card. And let's see our user. I will open my console, and as you can see, the user is here. But there is something important here. We also need this follower number. If you are using Prisma, it's really easy to fetch that. Let's remember our schema. Inside the user, we have the followers array. So we are going to select this field, but we are not going to fetch all the users we have. We are going to fetch only the number of followers. To do that, I'm going to write here include. We are going to fetch numbers, so we should say underscore count. And I'm going to select only followers. Just like that. And let's see, right now I'm going to save, open my console, and this time we have this count object, and inside we have the followers number. So we can use them. As you can see, name and surname is null, so we can use our username. We have the avatar here and the followers number. So this is our cover picture. So I will say use the user avatar, but remember it's optional, so it can be null. To prevent any error here, let's say no avatar.png. And again, if there is no user in the database, we shouldn't see anything, so I will say return null. And here is gonna be, actually here is avatar, here is cover. Just like that. And here is going to be name and surname, but remember they can be empty. So I will say if we have the username and the user surname, use them here. Name, space, and surname. And if we don't have the first name and surname, we are going to be using user.username. And here, user.count.followers. As you can see, it doesn't allow us to use this domain name for the images. We should use Next.js configuration and add our domain name here. Like that. I will refresh. And perfect. 0 followers, username, avatar, and cover picture. So let's add any cover here. Inside the public folder, I'm gonna add my image. Okay. Let's refresh, and perfect. So let's do the same thing for the profile page. Profile and the username. It was Lama, I think. And using this name, I can fetch my user. Let's close here and here. And inside profile, if you remember, we were using ID, but I'm gonna change here and let's say username. If you want to, you can also use ID, but I prefer using username. So let's say async const user await Prisma client user find first, and this time inside the condition I'm gonna pass my username. But how we are gonna reach to this username? Since we are using a dynamic route here, we can directly use our username with params. Inside params we have the username and it's a string. Let's call it here. Just like that. Again, if you are not familiar with these params or app router, you can watch my Next.js 14 video. So username will be username, and since we are using the same name, it can stay like that. And what else we are gonna need? Let's say include And since we changed our route name, I think it has a conflict. If you have this kind of errors, just open your console, kill your process, and delete this next folder. And I'm gonna run it again, npm run dev. Let's refresh again. Okay, it's here. So right now we are gonna be using our cover, profile picture, username, and also we are gonna need the post number, followers number, and following number. So we are gonna do exactly the same thing here. Underscore count, and we are gonna select followers, followings, and posts. And if there is no user, I'm gonna return not found page. It comes from Next.js navigation. Let's see. I'm gonna write another username, 404 and not found. Of course, you can change this page style. Just create your not found page and make this black, but it can stay like that. Let's take care of our user. But before, I want to check one more thing. If we are blocked by this user, we shouldn't see the profile page. So let's get our user ID and check if we are blocked or not. I'll say const user ID. That comes from Clerk Auth. But since we are using user here, it's better to change the name. Let's say current user. And I will write here my database request. Firstly, let's say is blocked. If we are authenticated, that means if we have the user ID, we are gonna check our block table, Prisma block, and find first. And we are gonna pass here the blocker ID and blocked ID. Again, I'm gonna be using where condition. And inside blocker ID is gonna be this user's ID, and blocked ID will be our user ID. So if it exists, is blocked will be true. So let's say const response. If there is a response, is blocked will be true. And if we are not authenticated, is blocked will be false. Okay, and right now I'm gonna return not found again. I'm gonna pass here is blocked. Okay, right now we can use our items here. Let's close this menu. And we will do exactly the same thing here. User.cover. If it doesn't exist, no cover. Avatar. First name and last name. Remember what we are doing here. Firstly, we should check our user.firstname and surname. If they exist, we are gonna use them. If not, we are gonna use user.username. And here is gonna be user.count.posts, user.count.followers, and followings. Let's see, I'm gonna refresh. Okay, not found. Let's check our username. Okay, Lama. Oh, I said if it's not blocked. It should be if it's blocked. Okay, so right now I can use my information here. If you remember, we are passing here the user ID. Instead of this ID, let's pass our user. Let's open up the right menu. And here is going to be user. And its type will be user that comes from Prisma client. So we can directly get the type from the schema, as you can see. And I will say, if there is a user, use the information card and the media card. And again, I'm going to change my props. Just like that. And here. Okay. So inside the information, we can use this user. I'll do exactly the same thing here. Let's copy this and paste. Here is going to be user.username. If there is a description, we are going to show it here. Just like that. And I will do the same thing for the others. If there's a city, use it here. School. And work. And finally, the website. Just like that. And here is going to be the created at date. But I cannot use it directly here. Firstly, I should format my date. So firstly, I'm going to take the created at date. And it's going to be new date. And I will pass here user.created at date. And after that, let's say const. And I'm going to take this date. And I'm going to transform this into local date string. It's going to be English and US. And we are going to take the year, month, and day. It's going to be numeric. And day. So let's use it right now. Just like that. And I'm going to write here joined. And right now it's going to give the month name, the day, and the year. As you can see, we have only username. And right now, let's take care of these follow and block buttons. Firstly, we are going to check our following status here. It can be following, not following, or follow request sent. And here, it can be blocked or not blocked. So let's fetch those details first. To do that, I will say async. And we are going to have 3 states. Is user blocked? Let's say false. Is following. And is following request sent? Let's get our user ID. User ID, let's say current user. It comes from Clerk Auth. And I will say, if there's a current user, there's a typo here, fetch our following and block status. Firstly, I will say const block response await Prisma client block table and find first. And let's write our condition here. Remember, we have blocker and blocked ID. It's gonna be the current user ID, and blocked ID will be user.id. So is user blocked will be true. Otherwise, it's gonna be false. So I can do the same thing for the others. Follow response. We are gonna check the follower table, and the follower ID will be current user ID, and the following ID will be the user ID. And if there's a response, that means we already follow this user, so is following will be true. And last one will be follow request. And we have the sender ID and the receiver ID. If you forget the naming, just check your schema. Everything is here. Actually, let's say request response. And if it exists, that means we already sent the request. Is follow sent will be true. By the way, since we are fetching data here, we can use suspense block on our right menu. So our application will be faster. We are gonna see our menu here, and after we are gonna fetch our data. Let's say suspense that comes from React. And the fallback will be loading. We can show here any loading indicator or any skeleton, but it can stay like that. And I will do the same thing for the media card, because we are gonna fetch those images. So during the loading, we can show this text. In this case, we don't have to wait. We can see our right menu immediately. And right now, using these variables, I can change my status. But to do that, I'm gonna create one more component, because it's gonna be a client component. We are gonna be using onClick event. To do that, let's open our menu and create one more component. Let's actually organize our components. I'm gonna create a new folder. I will say feed, and I'm gonna pass my feed here, comments, add post. Actually, it's not inside the feed, it can stay here. We have post and one more folder. Let's say left menu. And we are going to have here this left menu and the profile card. And one more, and it's going to be right menu. And we can pass here birthdays, requests, right menu, user info, and media card. Okay, of course, after doing this, you should fix your paths. Let's check here. I'm gonna remove them and import again. I should have done this at the beginning, but anyway, it will not take long. And for this page, just like that, inside feed. Why it doesn't work? Let's close everything. I'm gonna save here, open up feed. Okay, let's restart our application. Again, I'm gonna terminate and delete my next folder. Let's run it again. Oh, okay. What was the reason? I don't know, but it works right now. Okay, there is something wrong on the left menu. Let's import them. And the right menu. Everything looks okay. Let's refresh. Okay, right now I can create my component inside right menu. I will say user info card interaction. Let's create our component and make this a client component and use it inside our card component. It's the media card. It's gonna be this component. And right now, I'm gonna delete this button and span. Let's cut and call our interaction component. Just like that. And we are gonna pass our user ID because we are gonna need it when we follow or block the user. We are also gonna need the current user ID. And I will pass is user blocked. Is following. And is following sent. Okay. Let's take them as a prop. But before, I'm gonna paste my items just like that. So I'm gonna write my props here. And right now, I'm gonna write my types. It's gonna be a string, boolean, and boolean. Don't forget to add semicolons. And here is gonna be colon. Let's change our texts. I will say if user is blocked, it's gonna be unblock user. If it's not, block user. And here, I will say if it's following, it's gonna be following. If it's not, we are gonna check if we sent the request or not. If we sent, it's gonna be friend request sent. And if it's not, we will say follow. So we can click and follow the user. Let's change our style. I will say with full, just like that, and move this block to here. I can actually delete this div. We already have inside the info card. As you can see, we can use exactly the same style right now. What I'm gonna do is wrap my items with HTML form element. Because when we click them, we are gonna call our actions. So I will say form. I'm gonna wrap my button. Again, another form. I can move this to my form. Otherwise, is going to be on the left. Okay, so let's try to send the friend request and see how slow it is to change this follow button. And after that, I'm going to show you how to use useOptimistic hook. So I'm going to create our first action. Actually, let's close everything, open up our component again. And inside the source folder, if you remember, we have the library. And inside, I'm going to create one more file. Let's say actions.ts. Everything inside this file is going to run on the server. So I can say use server. And I'm going to create my first action. When we click on this button, we are going to call this action. So let's say switch follow. I will say export const switch follow async function, and we are going to get the user ID. And firstly, we are going to check if we already follow this user or not. If we follow, when we click on this button, we are going to unfollow this user. Firstly, I'm going to get my user ID. You can also take this as a prop, but I prefer using inside my server. And let's write try catch block. If there's an error, console log and throw this error. Of course, I should write my type. It's going to be string. And firstly, I'm going to check the existing follow. Await Prisma follower table. Find first, and I'm going to write my condition. And remember, we have the follower ID and following ID. It's going to be the current user ID, and here is going to be user ID. Of course, if there is no current user ID, I'm going to throw an error. And let's say user is not authenticated. And of course, it's going to be following ID. And I will say, if it exists, I'm going to delete this existing follow. Since we have the item here, we can use its ID. Prisma follower dot delete. And inside the condition, we can pass our ID, which is existing follow.id. And if we don't have the existing follow, that means we are not following that user. So right now we are going to check if we sent the follow request or not. If we already sent, we are going to remove it. If we didn't send before, we are going to create a new request. So again, const existing follow request, await Prisma follow request, find first, and the condition. Remember, we have the sender ID, and it's going to be the current user ID, and here is going to be the receiver ID. And if we already have, we are going to remove it. Await Prisma. Again, follow request, delete, and I can pass the ID of this request. So I will say where ID equals existing follow request.id. And if not, finally, we are not following this user. We didn't send our request before. In this case, we can create a new request. Follow request.create. And I'm going to pass data here. And I'm going to copy this and paste here. I hope you understood here. We are taking care of all our states in one function. So let's run our action. I'm gonna come here. Let's close this menu. And I'm not gonna directly call my action because we are gonna change our states here. So we are gonna use those props inside a useState hook. Const, let's say userState, set userState, useState hook, and I'm gonna pass my items here. Let's say following is gonna be is following. Blocked is gonna be is blocked. Sorry, is user blocked. And finally, following request sent. Okay, right now I can use my state here. Okay, it's exactly the same. I'm using this state because when we switch follow, we are gonna update our items and change those texts. So let's create here a function, const follow async function, and I'm gonna use try catch block, and I'm gonna call my action here. And remember, we are gonna pass the user ID that comes from this prop, just like that. And if everything is okay, we are gonna update this state. So I will say set user state. I'm gonna take the previous value and I'm gonna spread this value because we are not gonna change blocked, but we are gonna change our following and request status. So I will say if the previous following value is true, it's gonna be false. So if we are already following this user, when I click here, it's gonna be false. So we are gonna see the follow text here. And if it was already false, we are not gonna change anything. It's still gonna be false. And what about this? I will say if we are not following this user at the beginning, and also if we didn't send the request before, it's gonna be true. Otherwise, it's gonna be false. If we are already following this user, we are not gonna change the state. It was false. It's still gonna be false. But if we are not following, this time we are gonna check if we already sent the request or not. If we already sent, we are gonna remove our request and it's gonna be false. But if we didn't send before, it's gonna be true. So let's see. I'm gonna use this action here. I will save. And let's click. I'm gonna click. And friend request sent. If I click again, it removes the request and it says follow. But as you realize, when I click here, there is a small latency. I'm gonna click 3, 2, 1. As you can see, there is a latency. And if you have thousands of users, it's gonna be much slower because what we are doing here is, firstly, we are waiting the response from this action and after updating our status. But after React 19, we can update our UI immediately using useOptimistic hook. So as soon as I click on this button, I'm gonna update my state using that hook. And after, I'm gonna wait my answer. If everything is okay, I'm gonna set my state and useOptimistic hook is gonna use the value inside this state. And if there's an error, useOptimistic hook is gonna take the changes back. Let's open up the documentation and try to understand better. I'm gonna zoom in. As you can see, we are gonna have the optimistic state here and the function that we want to run. And we are gonna pass here our state. That will be this state. And we are gonna run this update function. In this function, we are gonna update our state immediately, and we are gonna wait the answer from the backend. If everything is okay, or if there is an error, it's gonna update our state, this user state, and useOptimistic hook is gonna change that state according to user state. Let's see the example. By the way, it's a new concept. If you are having trouble to understand, don't worry. You have to practice and try to understand. Let's scroll down. Okay, there's a great example here. If I write anything here and send, as you can see, it optimistically changes our state. Let's actually open the bigger screen. Okay, let's see our main state. As you can see, it's here. It's an array and it shows our messages. As you can see, there is only one message here. And what we are going to try to do is when we write here anything and click on this button, we are going to try to send it to our database. But during this process, instead of waiting, we are going to directly show our text here. And next to this text, we can write sending like that. And after the successful response, we are going to update our main state, and useOptimistic hook is going to use that text from this state. It's not going to write sending anymore. Let's see. There's a form action here. And inside, we are running our optimistic function, and we are passing here the message that we write inside this input. useOptimistic hook takes that message and adds that inside our state. So if we use here optimistic messages instead of these main messages, we can see our changes immediately. After that, we are gonna run our server action. It's gonna send this message to database, and it's gonna update our main state here. useOptimistic hook is gonna check if everything is okay or if there is anything wrong. If there is a successful response or the error response, it's gonna use this main state again. So I'm gonna close here and here. Let's write our hook. I will come here and say const optimistic follow, and the function name switch optimistic follow. You can give any name you want, it doesn't matter. Let's use our hook. I'm gonna pass here my main state, which is user state. And here we are gonna write our function. We can take the previous state. So here we are gonna do exactly the same thing. I'm gonna spread my previous state, and I'm gonna change the following and following request sent. Of course, here is gonna be state. And right now, instead of the main state, we are gonna be using optimistic state. Just like that. And we are gonna call our function when we run this follow function. We can pass any argument here and change our state using that value, but we don't have any. Let's leave it empty. And let's see right now. As you can see, it's exactly the same state, but when I click here, it immediately changes my UI and sends my request. I'm gonna click again, 3, 2, 1, and perfect. let's make a mistake on purpose. When we try to create new request, I'm going to change this name. As you can see, it changes my UI immediately, but as soon as we get the answer from the database, it changes our state to initial state. Again, I'm going to click 3, 2, 1, and perfect. This is why we are using Optimistic hook. Right now, I can do the same thing for the block action. Let's create our action. I'll say export const switch block. Again, we are going to get the user ID. It's going to be a string. I'm going to get my user ID. And let's write try catch. If there's an error, console log and throw. And again, when we click on this button, we are going to check if we already blocked that user or not. If we did, we are going to delete that block. If we didn't block this user before, we are going to create a new block. So I will say const existing block await Prisma dot block table find first, and again blocker ID, the current ID, and the blocked ID will be the user ID. It's going to be blocker and blocked. And again, if we don't have the user ID, we are going to throw an error. User is not authenticated. And right now, if we have the existing block, we can delete that block, await Prisma block table, and delete. We can use this ID where the ID will be existing block.id. And if we didn't block this user before, we are going to create a new block. Block.create, and we are going to pass our data here and the blocker ID and blocked ID. I'm going to save and let's use it. I'm going to create one more function. And we can create different optimistic hook, or we can use just one hook because our state includes this blocked also. So instead of optimistic follow, let's say optimistic state and switch optimistic state. Okay. And I can write here a condition. This time I can send my value, and it can be either follow or block. And I will say if the value equals follow, return this state. I'm gonna delete this brackets here. And if not, I'm gonna write the previous state and I'm gonna change blocked. And it's gonna be the opposite of the previous value. By the way, there is something wrong here. Oops, I forgot code here, and perfect. So if we pass here follow, it's gonna change the state like that. If it's block, it's gonna change the state like that. By the way, let's change the name. It's gonna be switch optimistic state. And let's do the same thing for this block. Again, I'm going to be using my function, and this time it's going to be block. And I will say try catch, await, switch block, and we are going to pass the user ID. And if everything is okay, we are going to update our main state, set user state. I'm going to take the previous value, and I'm going to change the block field. Let's drop this, and that's all. Let's use this action right now. Okay. There's a typo here. Let's see. I'm gonna refresh and click here. Okay, nothing happened because we are not using a button here. If there is no button, we cannot send our form. Let's click again, and perfect. I'm gonna click 3, 2, 1, and it's immediately here. Let's take this back. And let's test last time. I'm gonna click friend request send and block user. Okay, perfect. If you want to, you can separate your forms. Instead of directly writing them inside the parent, you can separate them, but it can stay like that. So let's take care of these media. I'm gonna close them, open my media component, and here I will say async. And we are gonna try to fetch all the images from the posts, of course belonging this user. So I will come here and say const posts with media. I'll say await Prisma dot post model, and I'll say find many. We are gonna fetch all the posts of this user, but we are gonna add here a limit. The maximum number of the posts will be 8. Let's import. Firstly, I'm gonna pass my user ID. User ID will be user.id. And also, I'm gonna fetch the posts with images. If we have only description, we are not gonna have any image, so we don't need them. So I will say image not null. And I will say take only 8 item and order by the created at date, descending. Let's use them right now. I can delete all these items. I'm gonna leave only one of them. And I will write a condition. I will say post with media.length map through this item. And for each post, show this div. If not, right here, no media found. So let's give here a unique key. It's going to be post.id. And instead of this source, we are going to show post.image. There is a problem here because image is optional, but since we are fetching posts with images, we are sure that it exists just like that. I'm gonna save. As you can see, no media found. Let's check our studio, find the posts. Okay, we removed our posts. So let's create another one. I'm gonna copy my user ID. Let's say description. I'll pass any image here. But before, let's choose our user. As you can see, we can choose it like that. And let's open up Pexels and add this image. I'm gonna save. Let's refresh the page. And as you can see, our item is here. And we have one post. Okay, it works. By the way, let's take care of the friend requests. And of course, this is our profile page. We shouldn't see this follow and block user forms here. Let's open our information card again. And of course, if there is no user ID, we shouldn't see this interaction. And also, this ID shouldn't be equal to user.id. Let's wrap them like that. Okay, there is still a problem. Oh, there's a mistake here. By the way, we don't use this. We don't need this actually because we are using our current user ID in the server actions. So I'm gonna delete this. And I'm gonna save. Okay. And I can update this button also. If you are the owner of this profile page, I'm gonna add here a button that we can update our information. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna write a condition. If the current user ID equals user ID, we are gonna show our update button. If not, we are gonna show this link. And inside, I'm gonna create one more component. And I will say update user. Just like that. Of course, it's gonna be user.id. Okay, it's here. We are gonna take care of this later. Before, let's see how to accept or decline our requests. Let's open up our component. I'll close everything here. And friend requests. I'll say async. And I'm gonna fetch all the requests we have. Again, we are gonna need our ID. And if there is no user ID, we shouldn't see this component. So I'll say return null. And if we have the user ID, we can fetch our requests. Await, Prisma, follow requests, find many. We are gonna fetch all the requests we have. And we are gonna pass here our receiver ID. And it's gonna be the user ID. And also, we are gonna need the user information. As you can see, we need this avatar and username. So again, I can use include. Let's check our schema. Inside follow request, we have the sender. So using this field, we can get all the information. Just like that. And again, if we don't have any request, we are not gonna see this component request.length. If it equals 0, return null. And finally, we can map through our requests and show the users. So let's remove them. I will remove the second and the third one. And let's wrap this. And I'm gonna be using my array and show my requests. But there is something important here. when I accept or decline this request, we should remove this request immediately. So again, we can use useOptimistic hook. And if you are using a hook, your component should be a client component. If you want to, you can fetch your requests in the client component. But if you are fetching something, I highly recommend you to use a server component. So what we can do here is we can create another component, friend request list, and it's going to be use client. Let's create our component. And let's cut here and use our friend request list component. Just like that. And I'm going to pass my requests. Let's take this as a prop. I'm going to write my type, but before, let me paste my items. Import this image. Okay. So I'm not going to write here request, because remember, we are not fetching only our requests, we are also fetching the user. So we should include this sender also. So I'm going to write here my type, and I will say request with user. And let's call the request from Prisma client. Oops, it's not here. Oh, it's follow request. Okay. And also I'm gonna add my sender, and its type will be user. Again, it comes from Prisma client. So let's use it here. And right now I can map through my items. After that, we are going to be using useOptimistic hook. For each request, we are going to call this div. By the way, it's going to be an array. Let's wrap this div. And we need to add a unique key here. And I will say request.id. Okay, as you can see, it's not here because we don't have any request. So let's create a new user and send a request. Okay, I created a new user. So let's find our profile. Oops, Lama. And I'm gonna send a request. Let's see, I'm gonna refresh my page. And as you can see, we have a request here. So let's change the user information. Request, I'm gonna close this menu. Sender, avatar, and if it doesn't exist, no avatar.png. And here, remember what we were doing. We are gonna get the username and surname, and if it doesn't exist, we are gonna show this username. And I will say request.sender. Okay, and perfect. Right now I can write my actions. We are going to have two actions, accept and decline. Let's open our server actions. I'm going to create a new one, export const accept follow request async, and we are going to get the user ID. And we are going to get the current user ID from Clerk Auth. And as we always do, if there is no user, send this error. And again, we are going to try to find the existing request, and we are going to delete that request and add this user to our followers list. So I will say const existing follow request await Prisma follow request dot find first. And as we always do, I'm gonna pass my users here. Sender will be the user ID and the receiver will be the current user ID, because this user is sending the request. And after, if it exists, we are gonna delete this request. We are not gonna need this anymore. So we are not gonna see it here. I will say delete. And the ID will be existing follow request dot ID. And finally, we are gonna create a new follower dot create. We are gonna pass our data, and the follower ID will be the user ID, and the following ID will be the current user ID. So this user is gonna follow us if we accept. I can catch my errors, by the way. Okay. So let's do the same thing for the decline request. Again, we are gonna find the request and delete it, but this time we are not gonna create any follow. We are just gonna remove the request. Okay, let's come here and let's create our optimistic request. Firstly, I'm gonna create a use state request list, or let's say state. Use state hook, and I'm gonna pass it here. And after, I'm gonna create my optimistic function, and in any case, we are gonna remove this item. So it's gonna be easy. Const optimistic requests and remove optimistic request. Let's call our hook here. We are gonna take our main state. This is gonna be the previous state and a value, and this is gonna be the ID of the request. Because using this ID, we are gonna remove our item from the request state. So let's say state.filter. For each request, check the request IDs and make sure that it doesn't equal this value. So we are gonna filter our items just like that. So let's create our functions for the forms. First one will be accept async. We are gonna pass the request ID. It's gonna be a number and also the user ID, and it's gonna be a string. And we are gonna call our function here. And we are gonna pass our request ID. So it's gonna remove this from the state. And after, I will say try catch. we are going to call our server action accept follow request, and we are going to pass here our user ID. And if everything is okay, finally we can update our main state. I'm going to take the previous value and I'm going to filter. Just like that. Let's do the same thing for the decline. Again, we are going to remove, and here is going to be decline follow request. So let's call them here. I'm going to create a form. It's going to be the accept function, but remember, we should pass here the request ID and the user ID. I will say request.id and request.sender ID. Let's create here a button and wrap our image. I will do the same thing here. And here is going to be decline. And we are going to be using optimistic requests. Just like that. Let's see. I'm going to refresh my page. And let's accept. As you can see, it's gone. If I refresh my page, it's not here anymore, because John is following us right now. Of course, you don't have to use useOptimistic for that. When we create our comments, we are going to see the real benefit. But anyway, I wanted to show you how to use it. So what else we can do? We can update our profile page. Remember, we created a component. I'm going to close them and open update. And I'm going to come here and say use client. And we are going to take the user as a prop. Let's open up our information card. And we are going to pass our user here. Firstly, I'm going to create a span. And I will say update. Let's give it a class name. Text will be blue. And it's going to be X small. And the cursor will be pointer. Okay. And when I click on this button, I'm going to show my form here. So let's create here a state that we can decide if the form is open or not. Set open. Use state hook. And at the beginning, it's going to be false. And when we click on this button, we are going to update our state. And it's going to be true. And if it's true, we can show our form. To do that, I can create a div here, and it's going to be our overlay, and its position will be absolute. It's going to contain all our screen. And in the middle of that overlay, we are going to show the form. So let's say absolute with screen, height screen. Let's give top and left. Background will be black. And the background opacity will be, let's say, 65. Let's center everything. Flags, item center, justify center. And this overlay should be over everything. So I'm going to give here z index, just like that. And inside, I can create my form. Let's give a class name. I'm going to give a padding. Background will be white. Rounded will be LG. I'm going to give a shadow. So let's say flags column, and gap between items will be 2. And for the small screens, it's gonna be full screen. For MD, it's gonna be smaller. And for X large, it's gonna be even smaller. Let's see. Okay, it's here. But why it's open? Because we didn't write any condition here, I will say if it's open. So when I click here, we can see our form. And also I can create here a button that we can close this form. So here I'll say div, and you can use any image, but I'm gonna be using X. And when we click on this button, we are gonna close our model. So set open will be false. Actually, let's write here handle close, because when we update our user, we are gonna refresh our information. And after that, we are gonna close our model. Let's give a class name. It's gonna be absolute, because I'm gonna show it somewhere here. And if you are using absolute positioning, the parent should be relative, but we are using absolute here. So let's move our item inside the form. Just like that. Now I will say text LG, and I'm gonna give my position right 2, top 3, and the cursor will be pointer. Just like that. Okay. So let's create our h1 tag, and I'm gonna write here a text. And I will say if you want to change the username or the avatar, use this Navbar button. Let's do that. I will say h1 tag, update profile. And after that, I'm gonna create a div, and inside, let's say, use the Navbar profile to change the avatar or username. And I will say margin top, text will be X small, and the text will be gray. And right now, we can create a div that we can update our cover picture. Let's say label cover picture. And I'm gonna create another div here that we can show our cover picture and a text that we can click and change it. So I will say flags, item center, and gap between image and text will be 2, and cursor pointer. Let's say image. I will give width and height. Since we are using the cover picture, I'm gonna make it horizontal. You can give any number, and let's give our class name. By the way, I will import. Okay. Height will be 8, rounded will be MD, and object cover. And after that, let's create a span, and I will say change. Text will be X small. I will give underline and change the color. Let's open. Okay. Let's give our cover picture source. Remember, we have the user here. I will say user.cover, and if it doesn't exist, no cover.png. Okay, let's give space here. I will say flags column. Gap between items will be 4, and also I'm gonna give margin vertically. just like that. After, when we click on this div, we are going to show the uploading component, but for now it can stay like that. Let's design our form. Firstly, I'm going to create a main div that covers all our inputs, and I will say flex wrap. Remember why we are using this. Our items will be horizontal, but if they don't fit inside this form container, flex wrap will move them to other line. I will say justify between. In any case, I'm gonna give gap, and for X large screen, gap will be 4. Let's create our first input. We are gonna have a label and input inside. So let's say flex call, and gap between label and input will be 4. Let's create our label. Text will be XML and gray. And let's say first name. And after my input, and I will say placeholder, and I'm going to be using my user, and I will say use the name, and if it doesn't exist, write here an example, just like that. Let's say input, and I'm going to create some other items. Here is going to be surname or the example. Here is going to be description, user description or an example. City. Here's going to be school. Let's say MIT. Work. Apple. And finally, website. Okay. I can delete the others. Right now I can create here a button. I'll say update. Let's say background blue. I'm gonna give some padding and margin top. Rounded will be empty. Text will be white. And let's check. As you can see, we don't have any style for the inputs. I forgot to give. Let's give quickly. I'm gonna choose all my inputs and I will say class name. Firstly, I'm gonna give a ring and its color will be gray. Let's give some padding. I'm gonna give a specific padding just like that. Rounded will be empty and the text will be small. Okay, but we should see here 2 items. Let's say title, cover picture upload, oh, because I set input here, but it should be inside this div. Remember, this is our parent div. I'll say wrapper. So I'm gonna delete other containers here. And this div. And I'm gonna move them to my wrapper. So let's copy them. And paste here. Let's see right now. And perfect. So let's create our server action and send our inputs. Actions. And I will create my action here, export const, update profile. It's going to be async. Later, we are going to upload our cover picture, but for now, let's update our profile without an image. I'm going to get the form data. And remember how we are reaching to data inside the form. We should give unique IDs for our inputs. Let's do that. I will say name, website. This is going to be work. Here is going to be school, city, description, surname, and name. Okay. So we can get our username just like that. From data.get and the input name, which is name. And I will say as string. But instead of doing the same thing for others one by one, we can get all the fields from the form data. Const fields, and I will say object from entries. And I'm going to pass here my form data. And it's going to return all the fields inside the form. Let's see, console log, fields, and I'm gonna call my action. Where is our form? Here. Let's import, open our terminal, and write here something. Description, city, school, work, and website. If I send, as you can see, all our items are here. But before sending them to our database, firstly, I want to verify them because I want to make sure that they are string and we are going to give a limit. To do that, we are going to install a library. I will say npm install Zot. Okay, let's close here. And let's create our Zot object. I'll say const profile z that comes from Zot object. And inside, I'm going to write my fields. We are going to have the cover picture z.string. Its type will be string. And it's going to be optional. You don't have to add this. And one more, I'll say first name. Again, string optional, but also I'm going to give here maximum, and it's going to be 60. If you want to, you can write additional requirements, but it can stay like that. I just wanted to show you. And I'm going to write the others. Surname, description, but if I remember correctly, description is, okay, it's the long version. And let's change here. Okay. And I'm going to change this number. It can be longer. City, school, work, and website. And right now, I'm going to validate my fields. To do that, I'll say const validated fields, and I'm going to be using my object profile and save parse. And I'm going to pass here my fields. And if there is any problem, if it's not validated, it's going to return us an error. Let's say if validated fields is not successful, we are going to return an error. But for now, let's say console log validated fields dot error dot flatten, and we are going to show all the field errors. I'm going to save. Let's test it. I'm going to make this maximum 1, and if I write something longer than 1, as you can see, it shows this error. String must contain maximum 1 character. and which field, as you can see, name. Okay, so after validating our inputs, finally we can send them to our database. Try catch. Console log this error, and after we are going to send our errors, but for now, let's try to update our profile. I will say Prisma user.update where, and the ID will be user ID. Of course, we need to get this from Clerk. I will say if it doesn't exist, return error. Later, we are going to change it. And here, I'm going to pass my data, and it's going to be validated fields dot data. Okay, there is something wrong. Of course, if there is an error, we should return anything. As I said, we are going to change them. Don't worry about them. Let's see. I will say John Doe. I will update. Let's refresh the page. Okay, it's still the same because I forgot to change here. Let's try again. I will refresh, and as you can see, our user is updated. But if I try to change only my username, I'm gonna refresh, and let's check our inputs. And as you can see, it updated my first name but removed my surname because we are passing here an empty string, and it updates our surname. To prevent this, I'm gonna filter my fields. Let's say const filtered fields. Again, object from entries, and inside again object. This time I'm going to be using entries, and I'm going to pass my fields, and I'm going to filter them. I'll get all the keys and values, and I will say if the value equals an empty string, don't take them. If it doesn't, move them to filtered fields. In this case, if we have an empty string in one of our fields, we are not going to take them. So let's paste this. Filtered fields here. I'm going to save. This time, let's say John Doe. I'm going to update, refresh my page. I'm going to come here. I'm just going to change my surname. And you are going to see that John is still here. I'm going to update, refresh, and perfect. This is how we are updating our profile. But what about the cover picture? To do that, we are going to be using Cloudinary. Let's open up cloudinary.com and log in. And this is going to be your cloud name. We are going to be using this, and after that, click on Settings, find the upload. By the way, you don't have to pay anything. It has a really generous free tier. And as you can see, those are our previous applications. So I'm going to create a new one. And let's say Social. It's going to be unsigned. And you can write any folder name. Let's say uploads, and I'm gonna save. So we are also gonna use this upload preset. Let's open up our documentation and see how to use Cloudinary widget. So I'm gonna open up the Next.js documentation, next.cloudinary.dev. And firstly, we are gonna install this library. Let's open our console, npm install next Cloudinary. After that, as you can see, we can use this upload widget. we are gonna pass here upload preset. Let's copy this, close here, and open our component. And right now I'm gonna wrap my items with this Cloudinary widget. Let's paste it here. And instead of this button, I'm gonna show this div. Just like that. So when we click on this div, we are gonna open our widget. Just like that. Okay. Our preset name is social. Let's import. Okay, it's not coming. By the way, there's something wrong here. It's because it's not compatible with Next.js 15, I think. Let's try to use Yarn, Next.js Cloudinary. Since we are using Next.js 15 and React 19, you might have some small problems, but after the stable versions, you are not gonna have any problem. And let's see how it works. When I click here, as you can see, it opens this component. So we can drag and drop our images. We can add any URL here, camera, and any storage provider. So it handles everything for us. I think we need also add our API script. So let's come here and open up API keys. And I'm gonna paste my API secret. Let's copy this. Open the env file. So I will say next public Cloudinary API key. And I'm gonna paste it here. And also I'm gonna paste my cloud name. It's Lama Dev. And also I'm gonna add my API secret. And it's here. I'm gonna copy. Just like that. I'm gonna save. And let's see. I'm gonna come here, open my model, and click here. It opens our widget, so we can upload any image. And if it's successful, it's gonna return the result. So I will say on success, and we are gonna take that result, and let's console log. I'm gonna choose any image. And as you can see, we have an object here, and inside we have the info, and inside this object we have the secure URL, and it includes our image path. So we can use it. Firstly, I'm gonna create a use state that we can store our image. I'll say cover, set cover, type will be any, and if we have the result, we are gonna update our image, set cover, and I'll say result.info. And right now, I'm gonna also send my image URL. By default, it's just sending the form data. So I'm gonna take it, pass it here, and I'm gonna send my URL, which is cover.secure URL. Let's take this here. I'll say cover, and its type will be string. So right now I can pass my cover here. I'm gonna spread all the fields inside these fields, but also I'm gonna pass here cover. Let's see right now. I'm gonna refresh, open my form. Let's choose any image. This one. Jane Doe, my description, city, school, work, and website. I'm gonna update. Let's refresh the page. And as you can see, we have a problem here that because we didn't add this URL to Next.js configuration, I'm gonna add one more object here, and it's gonna be cloudinary.com. I will refresh, and our cover picture is here. Okay, but when we send our form, we cannot see any error or success message. To communicate with the server actions, we can use useActionState hook. Basically, we are going to create an initial state. At the beginning, success and error will be false. And we are going to send that state to our actions. And we can take this and update it in our function. Let me show you, and you are going to understand better. So instead of directly sending our data, I'm going to create useActionState hook, const state form action, and useActionState hook. And here we are going to write our server action, which is update profile, and we are going to send our initial state. At the beginning, success will be false, and error will be false. Let me actually open up the documentation so I can explain better. As you can see, it's the new feature. Let me scroll down. Okay, there is an example here. As you can see, we have a form and a button. And when we click on this button, instead of calling our server action directly, we are calling this form action that comes from useActionState. And we have the initial state here. We are passing this to server action. Its value is 0. At the beginning, our number will be 0. And we are passing here the server action. As you can see, it's here. It takes our previous state, which is 0, and form data. And here you can make any CRUD operation or whatever you want. And finally, you should return a new state. As you can see, it's increasing the previous state. So when I click on this button, it was 0 at the beginning, it's gonna be 1, and we can use that state anywhere we want. And in our case, our state is success and error. When we update our profile, if it's successful, we are gonna return success true, error false, and if there's an error, success false, error true. And using this state, we can show our success or error message. So after our button, I'll say if state.success, right here a span, profile has been updated. And if there's an error, something went wrong. Let's give class name. It's gonna be green. And here is gonna be red. Of course, instead of writing this specific error, you can return your error message, but it can stay like that. Let's pass it to our action, server action. As you can see, there's an error here. So I'm gonna come here and say previous state is gonna include success, which is Boolean, and error. And here is gonna be our payload. So let's take our data and cover from the payload, const form data, and cover from payload. Okay. Right now, if we have any problem, we can update our state. So success will be false, error will be true. As you can see, we are returning a string. This time I will say success and error will be true. I can do the same thing here and here. And if everything is okay, this time success will be true and error will be false. I'm gonna save. As you can see, there is no error anymore. And this time I'm gonna call this form action. And I'm gonna pass my form data and cover picture just like that. And let's say cover. And if we don't have any image, instead of sending null, let's send an empty string. Because remember, we are filtering our object here. If it's an empty string, we are not gonna take it. Let's see our spans. As you can see, there is no problem anymore. So let's see right now. I'm gonna come here, open my form. Let's say John. I'm gonna update. And as you can see, there is no problem. And if I come here and change my maximum here, let's write something. I will update, and this time something went wrong. Okay, it works. And as I said, instead of true and false, you can send your error and show it here. And if you remember, we have the handle close function here. So when we close our form, we are gonna refresh our page. Of course, if it's successful. To do that, I'm gonna be using useRouter hook, const router, useRouter. That comes from Next Navigation. Don't use this one, it's the previous version. And where is our function? Okay, here, let's move it over this function. And I will say, if it's successful, by the way, we should move this also. And if it's successful, we are gonna be using the router and we are gonna refresh the page. Let's see, I'm gonna come here. Again, Jane. I'm gonna update, it's successful, and when I close here, it's gonna change my name. Okay, awesome. This is how we are using useActionState. And I want to show one more hook that we can use with React 19, and it's gonna be useFormStatus hook. Where is our button? Here. So I'm gonna cut this button. I'll open my menu and I'll create a new component, and it's gonna be update button. And it's gonna be a client component because we are gonna be using a hook, and that hook will be useFormStatus hook. So when we click on this button, this hook is gonna change the status of the progress, and it's gonna be pending. And if there is an answer from the server action, the pending will be false. So let's use it here. It's gonna be disabled when it's pending. Of course, it's gonna be a button. And I will say if it's pending, right here, updating. If it's not, update. Let's write our background again. Padding will be 2, margin top 2, and rounded will be MD. Text color is white, and when it's disabled, I'm gonna change the background opacity, and it's gonna be 50. And also, if it's disabled, let me close this menu, the cursor will be not allowed. Okay, let's use it. I'm gonna import, and let's see. I'm gonna click here, change my username. I'm gonna update. As you can see, it was pending. And we have the response right now. So this is how we are using useFormStatus hook. That's all I think. We can fetch our posts. If we are on the profile page, we are gonna fetch all the posts belonging this user. But if we are on the home page, we are gonna fetch our friends' posts. So let's come here, close everything and open up feed. Right now I can take my username as a prop. So let's say username. And it's gonna be a string. But it will be optional because for the home page we are not gonna need any username. So let's open up our profile page, find the feed, and pass here our username. I will save, and right now we can fetch our posts. Firstly, I'm gonna take the current user ID from Clerk, and I'm gonna create a post list here. And if there's a username, posts will be await Prisma dot post find many. I'm gonna write my condition here, and I will pass my username. Firstly, let's choose the user, and the username will be this username. Of course, we should say async. And also, we are gonna get the likes, and we are gonna check if the current user's ID is inside this array or not. And also, we are gonna need the user information, and finally, this comments count. Let's do that. After the condition, I will say include user information will be true. We are gonna get the likes, but if I say true, it's gonna get all the user informations, but we are just gonna need IDs here so we can check whether our current ID is inside or not. So I will say select only user ID. And finally, I will say count, select, comments, and true. We are gonna need the comments number. And also we can sort our items. So I will say order by created at date. So we are gonna see the latest posts. But if we don't have username, that means we are on the home page. So we can fetch all the posts that belong our friends. So I will say if there is no username, but user ID. Firstly, we are gonna fetch all the user IDs from the people that we follow. So I will say const following await Prisma follower find many. And the follower ID will be the current user's ID. And again, we are just gonna need user IDs. We don't need any unnecessary information. So I will say select. We are just gonna need the following ID. Let's remember again. Inside the follower table, we have the follower ID and following ID. We are passing our ID here, and we are collecting all the IDs belonging our followings. And after that, we are gonna check whether our ID is inside this following array or not. Let's see what we have inside. I'm gonna refresh the page and follow the previous user. What was the name? It was John, I think. Okay, let's follow this user. I will come here and accept this request. And right now we are following this user. But it doesn't have any post. Let's create quickly. I will choose my users. I'm gonna take this user ID and create a new post. Let's say test from John. We don't need anything else, and I'm gonna paste my user ID. Or I can select my user here. It's easier. And I'm gonna save. Let's see. I'm gonna refresh. As you can see, there is one post. If I open the home page and my terminal, you are gonna see that we have an array and it includes this object. So let's get rid of this follower ID, take only this user ID. So I'll say const following IDs, following dot map, and for each item inside, we are gonna return following ID. Oops. Okay, it's the follower ID. This is our ID. It should be following ID, of course. So it's gonna return all the people that we follow. And right now, let's see what we have. As you can see, there is only this user ID. So we are gonna have multiple IDs here. So we are gonna fetch all the posts of those users. So let's say posts await prisma.post.findMany. I'm gonna write my condition, and the user ID will be inside this array. So I'm gonna be using in and following IDs. And again, we are gonna fetch the user information, likes, and comments number, and we are gonna sort them. I will save, and let's remove those posts. I'm just gonna leave one of them, and I can map through my posts. Firstly, I'll say posts.length. If it exists, we are gonna call our posts. If not, no posts found. Let's copy this. And I will say posts.map. By the way, let's write here a type. And for each post inside, we are gonna return this post. Let's give a unique key, post.id, and we are gonna pass our post here. Let's take it as a prop. And again, I'm gonna write my type here because it includes also our user, likes, and count. So let's say type, post type, and we are gonna take the post from Prisma client. And also we are gonna have the user, its type will be user, and also we are gonna have likes. Remember, it's an array and it includes our user IDs because we are selecting only IDs here. So user ID will be string. And finally, we are gonna have count, and it's gonna include our comments. Let's use it here. By the way, it's exactly the same name, so let's change it as post type. And let's change here feed post type, and I'm gonna use it here. Okay, I'm gonna move this here. Let's see. Okay, we don't have any problem. Right now we can use our posts. Firstly, this is gonna be the user image. So I will say post.user.avatar, and if it doesn't exist, no avatar.png. And here is gonna be username and surname. Remember what we are doing. If post.user.name and surname exist. We are gonna use them. If not, we are gonna use the username. Let's write the post image. Firstly, I will write a condition and I will say if it exists. Let's use it here. And I'm gonna write my description. Post.description. Let's see. Okay, our post is here. We have the user information and description. There is no image. So let's take care of the likes and comments. By the way, I'm gonna change here. We are not gonna write the numbers. So I will just say share. When we click here, we'll be able to share this post. So what about here? Again, we are gonna need a client component. So let's come back, close everything, and create our component. So let's open our menu, and inside feed, I'm gonna create a new file. And let's say post interaction. It's gonna be a client component. So right now, I'm gonna copy here and paste inside my component. Let's import this image. And we are gonna need the post ID. We are gonna need the likes and the comment number. Because when we like this post, we are gonna need the post ID. We are also gonna check the likes array. Remember, it includes the user IDs. And if our ID is inside that array, we are gonna see here a blue icon. And also, we are gonna need this number. So let's write our types. It's gonna be number, strings array, and number. Let's close this menu and use our component here. I'm gonna pass my post ID, likes, and the comment number, count.comments. Let's import our component. And there is a problem here because remember, inside the likes array, we have the user IDs. What I want to do is get rid of this user ID and take only strings. So I will say map for each like, we are going to return like.userID. Okay, there is something wrong again. Okay, there's a typo. Okay, let me check. There is no problem. Firstly, we are going to need the current user's ID because we are going to check our user ID. Let me check if we defined this here or not. Okay, it's not here. So let's say const user ID. I'm not going to be using auth because remember, we are using a client component. So I have to use useAuth hook. And remember, it also returns is loaded. We are going to need it. And after that, I'm going to write my like state. Const like state, set like state, use state hook. And inside, we are going to have two items. The first one will be like count. And at the beginning, we are going to be using likes array and its length. And we are going to have is liked. And I will say if there is a user ID, check the likes array. And if it includes our user ID, that means we liked this post before. Otherwise, it's going to be false. I'm using this state because, again, we are going to be using useOptimistic hook. As soon as I click on this button, I'm going to change my icon and increase this number. And if I click again, I'm going to decrease the number. So let's create, I'll say optimistic like, and switch optimistic like. Let's call our hook. And I'm going to pass here my state. And after, we'll get the previous state and the value. And we are going to return like count. And I'm going to check if we liked this post before or not. Previous state dot is liked. In this case, I'm going to decrease my number, take the previous number, and -1. Otherwise, I'm going to increase. And what about is liked? I'm just going to change the previous is liked. Okay, let's use it here. Like count. And I'm going to write here a condition. Actually, I can use it inside this source. I will say if it's liked, it's going to be liked.png. If not, it's going to be like.png. And of course, we are going to need a form. And a button. And let's write here an action. I'll say like action. I'm going to use it here. Async. Firstly, I'm going to run my optimistic function and I'm going to change my state. We don't have any value. Let's leave it empty. And after that, try catch block. And let's create our action. Const switch like. Of course, export const. So we are going to need here the post ID is going to be a number. And we are going to need our user ID. Clerk auth. So let's make our request. Firstly, we are going to check if we like this post before or not. If we did, we are going to remove it. If we didn't, we are going to create a new like. We are doing exactly the same thing. So let's say const existing like await prisma.like and find first. Let's write our condition. The post ID will be this post ID and the user ID will be our user ID. And again, if there is no user ID, throw an error. Of course, it should be an async function. And using this existing likes ID, we can remove it. I will say if it exists, await prisma like.delete, where the ID will be existing like.id. And if it doesn't exist, await prisma like.create. And I'm going to pass my data and it's going to be post ID and user ID. And if there is any error, console log and throw. So let's use it. And I'm gonna pass here the post ID. And if everything is okay, I can update my main state. And I will do exactly the same thing here. Take the previous state and return them. I'm gonna save and let's see. I'm gonna like this post. As you can see, it works as we expected. Okay, using useOptimistic hook for this like button or the following button on the profile page was not crucial, but when we add our comments, we are gonna see its benefits better, because as soon as I add my comment, I'm gonna add it here, and for the title, we are gonna write comment is sending, so user is gonna know that the progress is not completed yet. And after the successful database request, we are gonna show here our username. By the way, let's test our like. I'm gonna like this post and refresh my page. As you can see, it's still here. That means it's on the database. Okay, let's add our comment. Inside the post component, we have the comments component. So we can take the post ID and fetch all the comments belonging to that post. And again, we can create a client component. So we can use the optimistic hook. So I will say async post ID. And let's say const comments await Prisma comment table find many. And I'm gonna pass here my post ID. And also we are gonna need the user information, because we are gonna be using this avatar and username. Remember how we are doing this. I'll just say include user true. So let's create our client component. I'll say comment list. I'm gonna copy here. And paste. Let's import the image. Okay, there is something wrong here. Okay, we need a parent. Let's use fragments. And we are gonna need our list. So let's say comments. And also we are gonna need the post ID, because when we add a new comment, we are gonna be using this post ID. So let's say comments and post ID. And this is gonna be number. And here is gonna be comments with users. So let's create our type. It's gonna be comment. And also we are gonna have the user inside. And let's use it here. And of course it's an array. Let's see. Okay, there is no problem. Let's close this menu. And again, we are gonna need our user ID, but also we are gonna need our user image, because we are gonna be using this here. And when we add a new post, we are gonna need our username. So let's get the user information from Clerk. But be careful, we are on the client component, so we have to use a hook. So I will say const user, and that comes from useUserHook. And that includes all the information we have. Let's create our state. I'll say useStateHook, and we are gonna pass our comments here. And let's create one more useState, and it's gonna be our description. At the beginning, it's going to be an empty string. And whenever we change our input, we are going to update this state. So let's come here, find the input, and I will say on change event, set description, event target value. And here is going to be our avatar, user.avatar. If it doesn't exist, no avatar. Of course, if the user exists. By the way, we are using Clerk. It's not going to be avatar, it's going to be image URL. And actually, we can wrap our entire application and write our condition. If there is no user, we are not going to see this. New command section. Okay, so let's write here form. If you want to, you can add here a button, but since we are using an input, when we write something here and enter, it's gonna send our form. So let's create our optimistic hook. Const optimistic comments and add optimistic comment. Use optimistic hook. And inside, I'm gonna pass my main state. And after that, we are gonna get the previous state and value, and its type will be comment with user. And we are gonna return an array, and we are gonna pass this value here and the previous state. So we are gonna leave all the previous comments and we are gonna add a new one. So right now we can use our array. I'm gonna wrap this comment where it ends here. And I will say optimistic comments dot map. And for each comment inside, we are going to return this div. I'm going to cut this and paste here. Let's give our unique key. And here is going to be comment.user.avatar and no avatar PNG. And here is going to be first name and the surname. And if they don't exist, we are going to be using our username. If there is a name and surname, we are going to use them. If not, we are going to be using the username. Here is going to be the description. And again, as we did for the post, you can get all the likes and you can add here the like button, but let's leave it like that. Firstly, we are going to add our comment. And let's write our action. I'm gonna save here, open my actions, and I will say export const add comment. Of course, it's gonna be async. And we are gonna need the post ID. It's gonna be a number and the description. Let's get our user ID. And as we always do, I'm gonna throw this error. And I will say try catch. I will say const created comment. Prisma comment.create. Let's pass our data here. Description, user ID, and the post ID. And we are also gonna need our user information, because after adding our comment, we are gonna update our state. This is why we are gonna need this created comment. So I'm gonna return that. Let's console log this error. And that's all. Let's use it. I'm gonna save my file, come here, and let's write here a function that we can use our server action. So I will say const add async. Firstly, I will say if there is no user or description, we are not gonna do anything. I will just say return. And after that, we are gonna be using our optimistic function. And remember, we are gonna need our value here. But before that, let's say try catch. Const created comment is gonna come from our server action. And we are gonna need the post ID and the description. And finally, we can update our state. I will say take the previous value, add our created comment, and spread the previous comments. So here we need to create a comment with user. So we are gonna need a comment ID. Let's use math and random. It's not important because it's gonna be visible just a second. The important point is our description and our avatar. So I'm gonna pass here the description. We need a created at date and its type is date. So let's create date.now. And we are also gonna need updated at date. Actually, for this, we can use our library. Or anyway, let's write everything here. And I'm gonna pass here the user ID. Again, it's not important, but you can give our ID. It's not gonna be visible. We are gonna need the post ID. Again, you can give any number you want, but let's use our post ID. And finally, we can add our user. ID will be user ID. Let's see what else we need. Username, avatar, cover name, surname, descriptions, school, and work. We have to write all of them, but as I said, they can be empty. The important part is our avatar. So I'm going to be using my user and image URL. And if it doesn't exist, no avatar.png. Let's say name, surname, city, and others. And we are going to need the created at date. Finally, I'm going to write my username, and this is going to be visible also. So let's say sending, please wait. We are missing our cover picture, I think. Let's see what else. Okay, description. And that's all. Okay, I'm gonna save. And let's see. I'm gonna write test, enter. Nothing happened because we didn't use our function. I'm gonna use it here. Let's write it again. I'm gonna enter. Okay, it was here, but it's gone because there is a mistake. Oh, we didn't pass here post ID. Post.id. Okay, let's see again. I'm gonna refresh my page and I'm gonna write test me, enter, and as you can see, our command is here. Let's test again, just like that. This is why useOptimistic hook is so important. You can immediately update your UI and it's gonna be much better for the user experience. By the way, I didn't change this number. Let's open our post interaction component. Okay, I'll say command number. As you can see, we have two comments. Okay. So let's add a post and story and complete our tutorial. I'm gonna open my action and I will say export const add post. Let's open our component and I'm gonna close the others. By the way, we are gonna need our user avatar here and it's gonna be a client component. Let's remove this. And here I'll say user and use user hook. And also we can use is loaded. And I will say if it's not loaded, return loading. And here I can use my avatar. And we have the form here, and inside there is a text area. Again, we can create a use state, set description, and it's going to be an empty string. Let's update. Event target and value. And also we are going to need an image. Let's create one more use state. I'll say any. And again, I'm going to be using my widget. So let's open update user component and copy our widget and paste it here. I'm gonna import. I will say set image. And instead of this div, I'm gonna return my image and this text. Okay. And when we click on this div, we are gonna open our widget. So I'll say onClick, open. By the way, you can also take the widget object. After setting our state, we can close this widget. Just like that. So we don't have to click on the button to close our widget. Okay. Let's change our button. Actually, we can create a new component because I want to use useFormStatus hook. Add post button. Use client. const pending useFormStatus hook is gonna be a button, and I will say disable this button if it's pending. And I will say if it's pending, right here sending. If it's not, send. Let's give class name. If it's disabled, it's gonna be lighter. And the cursor will be not allowed. We can also add here a spinner. Again, I'm gonna copy and paste. You don't have to memorize anything here. Just search for Tailwind spinners and you are gonna see tons of examples. And I will say sending. Let's say flags, align item center, and gap between spinner and sending will be 2. Let's also give here some padding. Margin top will be 2, rounded will be empty, and the text color will be white. Let's use it here. So let's drop this. Okay, but why it's light? Oh, it should be 500. If it's disabled, it's gonna be 300. Okay, so when I click on this button, I'm gonna call my action. I'll say add post, but if you are using form action, by default you are sending your form data. So let's say form data, send this data, and also send our image. And it's gonna be image.secure URL. And if it doesn't exist, we can send an empty string. Let's import this. And let's write here form data. And also an image. Of course, we don't need this. We are going to directly send our string. Okay. So right now we can take our description. Remember, we have the name here, but why we are using this state? If you want to, you can delete this description state. We can directly use our form data. But remember, we have an emoji here. When I click here, we'll be able to choose any image and update our state. But since we are not using the stable version of Next.js and React, this library is not compatible. But in any case, I'm gonna add it to GitHub repository. You can check and see how to use it. So I can leave this description here. I'm gonna update this file. For now, let's use our form data. So I'll say const description form data dot get and description. If there is no description, I will just say return. And again, you can use form action hook and you can return your error. Let's get our user ID. Or I can validate my description. And it's gonna be z.string. Minimum will be 1 and the maximum will be 255. Let's validate our description. I'm gonna pass here my description. If it's not successful, you can send your error. And if everything is okay, we can create here try catch block and send our post. So I'll say await prisma.post.create, and I'm gonna pass my data. The description will be validated description.data. Of course, if we have any error, I'm just gonna return. And we are gonna have the user ID and the image. And as we always do, if there is no user ID, we can throw this error. And after that, if everything is okay, we can revalidate our path. So it's gonna revalidate our posts, and we can see our post here. So I will say the home path. I will save. Let's actually console log our errors in any case. I'm gonna refresh, test me. I'm gonna choose an image. I'm gonna send. Okay, it's not here. Let's check our terminal. Okay, we don't have any problem. I'm gonna check my feed. Okay, as you can see, we are fetching all our friends' posts, but it doesn't include our ID. So additionally, I'm gonna add my ID here. So let's say const IDs, user ID, and all the following IDs. So let's use it here. And as you can see, our post is here. Let's test it again. I'm gonna send, and perfect. So what about the story? Firstly, we are gonna have here an add button. When we click here, again, we are gonna show our widget, and we can select any image. And after that, we are gonna add it here. But before, let's fetch all the stories from the friends. So I'm gonna come here, close everything, open up stories. I'll say async const stories await Prisma stories table. Let's import this. Okay. And I'll say find many. Firstly, I'll say the expires at date will be greater than this date, because when we create a story, it's gonna be available for 24 hours, and after that, it's gonna expire. So we are not gonna see it here. Again, we are gonna need all our followings IDs. Remember, inside feed, we are getting all our followings. But actually, there is a shortcut, we can use it here. And firstly, I'm gonna be using or, because it can be our following stories and our own stories. Firstly, let's take care of our followings. I will say story user and its followers. And some of those followers will be us. So let's say follower ID equals our current user ID. So let's call this, I'll say current user ID. Just like that. Of course, if it doesn't exist, we are not gonna see this component. Okay, here is a little bit complicated. This is why I use this method. there are some nested items here. Basically, we are searching for a story. Let's open up our schema. And inside our story, we have a user. And that user has some followers. Because remember, inside user, we have the followers. And inside the followers, we have the follower ID. We are searching ID inside the follower, inside the user, inside the story. And also, the user ID can be our current user ID. So we can see our stories also. And finally, we are going to need the user information because we are going to use this name and image. So I'm going to come here and say include user and true. Okay. You can choose this method or this method. And after that, let's use it. But again, I'm going to create a client component because I want to use useOptimistic hook. And also we are going to need here a widget. So we will use a click event. Story list.tsx. I'm going to get the stories. And also we can get the user ID. It's going to be a string. And this is going to be story with user. So let's write our type. Let's import this also. Okay, let's use it here. And it's going to be an array. Let's pass our stories and user ID. So I'm going to copy one of these stories and remove the rest of them. And let's call our component. I'm going to pass my stories and the user ID. Okay, I'm going to save, close this menu. Let's come here. And I'm going to paste this post. Let's import here. We are going to change this source. But before, let's create our main state. I'll say story list, set story list. And I'm going to pass my stories here. And one more use state, and it's going to be our image. And it's going to be our Cloudinary image. And actually, we can delete this user ID because we are going to need our avatar here. So I can use user hook and get my user information. So let's remove this. And I will say const user use user hook. And let's create our optimistic hook. Optimistic stories. Add optimistic story. We are going to pass here our main state, the previous state, and the value. And again, we are going to pass here story with user. And it's going to return us an array. We are going to get all the previous stories. And also we are going to add here the new story, which is value. There is a typo here. And let's use it here. Optimistic stories.map. For each story insight, we are going to call this div. I'm going to give my unique key. And here is going to be story.user.avatar. And here is going to be story.user.name. And if it doesn't exist, story.user.username. Okay. I'm going to open up add post component. Copy this widget and paste it here. By the way, we can use here fragments. Okay, let's import this widget. We are going to set our image. We are going to close our widget. And here is going to be, again, this div. And I will say, if there is an image, use the secure URL. If not, use the user avatar. And if it doesn't exist, finally, use the no avatar. And here, I'll say, add a story. And let's open this widget here. On click event and open. And I'm going to create here a div. And we are going to write here a plus sign. And let's say position absolute, text 6x large, and the text will be gray. Let's see. Let's move this plus sign. And of course, the parent should be relative. Okay, it's on the middle. So when I click here, it's going to open this widget. We can choose any image. And after choosing, we can create here a button that we can add our story. So let's actually write here a condition. I'll say, if there's an image, create here a form. If not, show this span. And inside we are going to have a button, and I will say send. Let's give class name quickly. Text will be xml, bg blue, padding will be 1, and the rounded will be empty. Let's give text color. Okay, but when I click here, it's going to open my widget again because we have on click event here. So instead of here, let's use it on our image. Okay, so when I click here, I'm going to add my story optimistically, and after that, we are going to run a server action. By the way, let's give here object fit. And I will say add const add async function. And I will say if there is no URL, don't do anything. And I will say add optimistic story. It can stay like that for now. And I will say try catch. And let's call our server action. We don't have yet. Let's create. We are going to do exactly the same thing here. I'll say add story. But we are going to have only image. We don't need this description or any validation. And I will say Prisma story.create image and user ID. And also I will give expires at date, date.now, and I'm gonna add one more day. Okay, but there is something wrong here. Let's open up our schema. We don't have any image. Let's add, it's gonna be a string. I'll save and push it to my database. So I'll say npx prisma db and push. Okay. But if you remember, we can add only one story. So if we already have a story, we are gonna remove it and create a new one. So let's say const existing story await prisma story table find first, and we are going to pass here our user ID, and if it exists we are going to remove it. And the ID will be existing story.id. And we are going to need our created story because we are using optimistic hook. So let's say const created story and return this. We are not going to revalidate anything. And remember, we also need our user information. User will be true. Okay, let's use it right now. I'm gonna import and pass my URL. Okay. And remember, when we add a new command, we were giving all this information. So we will be doing exactly the same thing. We are gonna have the image. We are gonna need the expires at date. And we don't need this, by the way. If it's loading, if there is no user and not loaded, we are gonna return loading. And if it's loaded and there is no user, it's gonna be null. And if it's loaded and there is a user, we are gonna be using our component. And again, let's say sending. By the way, there's something wrong. Okay, we cannot use useOptimistic conditionally. So instead of this, let's get the user ID from the parent. So I will say user ID. And let's remove this condition also. And finally, we can set our story. Let's say const created story. And I will say take the previous and spread it here. And what's wrong here? It says it can be undefined. But we are returning here story with user. I'm gonna check here one more time. Let's test. By the way, I'm gonna also set my image, and it's gonna be null again. I'm gonna refresh my page. Let's choose an image. I'm gonna send, and perfect. Okay, this is how we are sending stories. And there is one more thing we can do. When I click here, we are gonna show a div, and we will have a delete button. Let's quickly create our action. Export const delete post async. We are gonna need our post ID. And as we always do, let's import our user ID, because we can delete only our posts. So I will say try catch. Await Prisma post delete where the ID will be post ID and the user ID will be user ID. And that's all. After that, we can revalidate our path. Just like that. So let's open our post component. By the way, since we are fetching data in these components, we can use suspense. I will say fallback, loading, and where is our icon? Here. Right now, I'm gonna copy this, create a new component, let's say post info, use client. We are gonna get the post ID, and I'm gonna create a useState hook. It's gonna be open, set open. At the beginning, it's gonna be false. And when I click on this image, we are gonna show a div. So let's say on click event, set open will be the opposite of previous state. And after that, I will say if it's open, show here a div, and it's gonna be absolute. So let's say relative here. Top will be 4, right will be 0. Let's give background, padding, border radius, and I'm gonna separate my items. And let's give shadow and z index. And inside, I'm gonna create a div, cursor pointer. Let's say view, repost, and here is gonna be a form. And inside, let's create our delete button. And we are gonna call our action. But remember, we are gonna need our ID. If you want to, you can create here a hidden input and set your post ID, or you can use Next.js bind method. So I'm gonna create here delete post with ID, and we are gonna call the delete post action, and I will say bind, and we can pass here anything we want, and I will pass the post ID, and let's call it here. I will say post info, and I will write my post ID. Let's give width here. I'm gonna make it bigger. And let's make it red. If you want to, again, you can use useFormStatus hook, and you can show your pending spinner. But in this case, I can use it for each post, but it should be only for our posts. By the way, let's write here cursor pointer. And I'm gonna come here and write my condition. I will say user ID. It should be post.user.id. But we don't have user ID. Okay, we are protecting our request in the action. If it doesn't belong to us, we are not able to delete it, but in any case, we should do it on the client also. So I'm gonna click here, delete, and it's gone. Okay, awesome. So we finished our project. Of course, you can add new features. You can add multiple stories. You can add here some other stuff, user birthdays, but it's enough for this tutorial. I think I don't have anything else and unique to show you. These likes, exactly the same. We can add stories, posts, like and dislike them, add comments, fetch our posts, user information. We can see our friend requests, media, and update our user. And we can also update our account. Okay, that's all I think. So we are ready to deploy our application. Let's terminate our local server, and right now I'm gonna push my application to my GitHub account. Remember, we were using this repository, and I have the starter branch here. Right now I'm gonna create the completed branch, and I'm gonna push my application there. Of course, you should use your own repository. So I will say git init. I'm gonna add everything. Let's write a commit. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna add my origin. And let's create a new branch. Of course, you don't have to. And the branch name. And I will say git push origin and the branch name. Before doing that, make sure that your env file is hidden. Let's check our git ignore. As you can see, it's here. I'm gonna push. Let's refresh. And it's here. Right now, I'm gonna use this repository on my server, and we are gonna run our application there. Let's open up our server dashboard. And if you remember, we created our application here. It's a Node.js application, and it runs on this port number. Since our Next.js application runs on this number, we are not gonna change here. So let's install the SSL certificate. I'm gonna come here. Let's encrypt. And at this point, make sure that you changed your domain DNS. You should be using your server IP address. After doing that, you will be able to install the SSL certificate. Okay, it's ready. Right now we can use HTTPS connection. And if you remember, we created here our database. If you want to, you can create a new one. Let's say production DB, Lama Dev, and Lama password. Okay, we can't use the same username. Let's say production Lama Dev and production password. And since we are using the same IP address for our Node.js application and database, we don't have to give any security rule. We can directly use our database and nobody else can reach to this database. We can use only this IP. So let's come here. And right now we are going to connect to our server. To do that, let's open up the settings, SSH keys, and add SSH key. Right now I'm going to generate a new key on my computer and I'm going to add it here. So whenever I try to connect to my server on my local desktop, it's going to verify this key and it's going to allow us to enter our server. So let's open up our terminal and I'm going to create a new key. To do that, I'm going to write this command. I'm going to save, enter again. And right now I'm going to copy my key. To do that, I'm going to be using this command. Okay. Let's give a name and paste it here. I'm going to add. It's going to take a while. Right after that, we'll be able to connect to our server. Okay, it's ready. Let's remember our connection. This is our IP address, and we can connect to our server using this command. Let's clear here. I'm gonna paste. Yes. And we are connected. If you remember, our site user is Lama Social. So I'm gonna come here and I will say sudo su and this user. Let's open up the root and let's see what's inside. We are gonna open up this HD docs. And if I say ls, you can see that our application is here. Let's open up. And right now I'm gonna install my application. Let's come here, copy our URL, and I will say git. By the way, we can directly use git, Node.js, npm. Since we created here a Node.js application, everything is ready to use. I will say git clone. Let's clear here first. And I will say git clone. And I'm going to be using a single branch. And the branch name will be completed. If you don't have any branch, you don't have to do this. I'm going to paste my URL and I'm going to install everything here. So I will say dot and enter. Let's see. Okay, our application is here. Let's install our dependencies. npm install. And after that, I'm going to add my env file. Let's delete here. And I'm going to copy here. And I'm going to create my env file. But there's a problem here. Since we are using the Next.js 15, you might have some problems. Some libraries are not compatible. Remember, it's not the stable version, but we can force to install them. And it's ready. I want to warn you again, this is not the stable version, but since it's just a tutorial, there's nothing to worry about. So let's create our env file. And I'm gonna edit. Let's paste our env here, but this time I'm gonna change my database. Remember, production, Lama Dev, production, password, the IP address will be the same. Let's check again. Okay. And the database name is production.db. And if you remember, we are using a Clerk webhook. Let's open up the dashboard and webhooks. And we are using this endpoint. This time we can add our domain, https social.lama.dev API webhooks and Clerk. Again, I'm going to choose my events, create it and update it. Let me check again, social Lama Dev, API webhooks, Clerk. Okay. Let's copy our secret key and paste it here. We don't have to change anything here. I'm gonna save using Ctrl X, yes, and enter. Right now, we are gonna build our application, and I will say that it's the production npm run build, and I will say force. And after building our application, we can start. Okay, it's ready. Right now, let's start our application. Again, production, npm, and start. I will enter, and it's ready. Let's check. I will come here, and our application is here, and our connection is secure. We are using HTTPS. Let's log in. And there's a problem because we created a new database, but we didn't push anything. So let's terminate this process. I'm gonna push my changes to database. Remember how we are doing this. npx, Prisma, db, and push. And since we are using the same IP address, as you can see, we don't have any problem and it's super fast. And right now I will do exactly the same thing. And I'm gonna start. And let's see. I'm gonna refresh. And our application is here. But when we created our account, we didn't have the user table. So I'm gonna sign out. Let's delete our user. I'm gonna choose users. And let's delete. Let's come back and log in again. I'm gonna give my username. So let's say test. And it's here. If I refresh my page, you can see that it's on our database. Let's like. And as you realize, compared to development mode, it's much faster. I can't even see the sending indicator here. I'm gonna enter 3, 2, 1. As you can see, it was just milliseconds. Okay, since we are using the local connection, if I close my terminal, we are not gonna be connected anymore. To prevent this, we can use pm2. So I'm gonna kill my process and I will say npm install pm2 globally. And after that, I'll say pm2 start npm. We can give any name here. Let's say social and start. And I'm gonna save this pm2 save. So even if we restart our server, it's gonna run it again. Let's check. I'm gonna refresh and it works. Okay, it's that easy. And that's all, guys. I hope you liked it. If you learned something new today, please like the video. You can support Lama Dev by joining the channel or using the link in the description below. Don't forget to follow Lama Dev's social media accounts. I hope I'll see you in the next tutorial. Goodbye.